Good morning, everyone. We finished up Act 1 yesterday. That final fight was a little sketch at times, but we managed it. And now we are heading on to Act 2. I don't need that. Why is the well-maintained long list so much worse than the... Oh, it's well-maintained las gun, that's why. Um... I'm not gonna use two spinner's blades. I like the noble sword too much. I don't need the psychic staff anymore. I won't be using the shovel or the power pick. The chainsword is technically a little better than the noble sword. Maybe I use that. Hmm. I'm not using flamers. This plasma pistol. We don't need the plasma pistol. Nobody's going to be able to use that. Sadly. Regular bolter, we don't need that. I'm gonna hold on to the unfading valor. Regular las gun can go to cargo. We'll hold on to the long las, and the shotgun, and the shields. What do we have here? Flak vest. Medium armor just seems kinda awful early game. It's not really any better than light armor, and you take the dodge penalty hit. So, maybe it'll end up better later in the game. I don't know. For now, though. Like, this one at least has some cool stuff on it, but it requires heretical. And none of my people are heretical, so... we get rid of the seneschals. Alright, we don't need these data crypts anymore. Oh, we can't add that to cargo. Alright. I don't need that anymore. I don't need that or that anymore. They're just going to be stuck taking up inventory space, aren't they? Yeah, we can get rid of that. Don't need this. God dang it, yo. Okay. What is this one? Aurora's Sermon? Yep, alright. We have cleaned it up at least a little bit now. Let's see if anybody has anything to say. Have the Vox Spirits brought you anything interesting lately? You may be interested to know that a group of officers was discussing a grim rumor over lunch. Word has it that the apparition of Lord Captain Theodora has been sighted on board lately. Yes, you heard right. They say she is haunting the decks, dragging wayward crew members off into oblivion. This quiet has spread throughout the ship, as the anomaly has been reported in different sections, sometimes entire kilometers apart. Master Heinrich von Kalix expressed interest in our communication stations and Voxnets a short while ago. The interrogator appears to be very well versed in the matters of sacred technology, and it worries me. A man of his knowledge and in his line of work is capable of discreetly planting his own devices in our systems. We will be vigilant, Lord Captain, but you should try to be more careful as well. Alright, let's talk with Heinrich. Let's talk with Cassia.
Words cannot describe how boring the bridge is without our stimulating conversations.
What is your special sight reveal?
The esteemed Magos Haneman is shattered, like a beautiful stained glass window into a mosaic of colors. His bright, beckoning hues are mixed together in complete disarray. I must confess it perplexes me. Normally, scarlet and steel are all that fills the heart of a servant of the Omnissiah. Behind the cobalt steel of his thoughts, behind the cold, faded gray of his emotions, an ember, the color of amber, glows in Master Van Kalox's soul. So bright and warm, one is tempted to touch it. It is sad that the interrogator seeks to drown it with his own hands in the bottomless blue of duty. Sad indeed, but I can relate. Cubella is bathed in crimson as bright as fresh blood, and its sight is all the more striking in the embrace of impenetrable darkness. And yet, there is no malice in these heavy shadows. They are impartial, morose, uncompromising, and ever consuming what weak flashes of other colors there may appear.
Alright, neat.
I have enjoyed your company. Greetings.
Argenta. Master Helmsman. Alright. Abelard, do you have anything
Lord
to say?
Captain.
Oh.
Lord Captain.
High factotum. Jocasta. Haha. No, I'm not going to get them in trouble. Pascal.
The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all.
I want to know the truth about you.
The request is approved. I did conceal certain information. I was a student of Archmagos Amanat, but I committed an act of betrayal after he deviated from sacred dogma.
What did Amernot do?
He fell into schism and challenged the sacred boundaries of knowledge. The blessed Amanat claimed the limits of what is permitted must be expanded, because by refusing to explore certain law, we find ourselves in contempt of the seventh universal law. Comprehension is the key to all things. My mentor put forth a thesis claiming that we have stagnated, that ritual is now nothing but a cage for souls and false worship of the Omnissiah. He sought to break the cycle of mindless repetition because he saw the inevitable demise of our faith and all humanity at the end of it.
Certain aspects of the Imperium have indeed ossified. His argument sounds reasonable.
This statement is false. My mentor's words sound like heresy. Limits were established because it is dangerous to venture beyond. Each step past them could lead to a bloody slaughter, but the blessed Amanat was not afraid.
How did you betray Amernot?
The teachings of the blessed Amanat spread, and word of it reached the conclave of the Cognizance fleet. They recognized his teachings as tech heresy. Many tech priests suddenly vanished or were subjected to servo penance for minor transgressions. The students of Amanat, whose number included many enlightened and respected tech priests, resisted. My prognosis showed that our most likely future was a schism and a fratricidal war that would destroy the Cognizance fleet. That was when I headed to the Conclave.
Alright.
I confessed and handed the information about my mentor's research over to the Conclave. Brazen and thematic studies of the Forbidden Law. The Conclave could use that data to summon Archmagos Amanat to stand trial and compel him to repent on pain of excommunicate traitoris. His subsequent fate is unknown to me.
You acted as a loyal son of the Imperium should.
I pray that the Omnissiah grants us wisdom to overcome the dialectic differences that divide us.
So, why did you go to Riked Minoris?
I was summoned there by a message that was encrypted with the blessed Amanat's personal code, and could it be interpreted in several ways. One thing was certain. We were in danger, and I had to go to Riked Minoris.
The tech priest named Abel, who is he?
Assessing his personality is difficult. The spirit of Brother Abel is different from that of most people. Tech comrades of the Cog call such persons quiet ones. He possesses significant intellect, but shuns communication. So far, I have not been able to determine why Abel summoned me to Riked Minoris, how he is related to the blessed Amanat, or why he bears the same name as me. Perhaps the Reverend Abel cannot fully actualize and interpret the available data.
Alright, what are you gonna do next?
I was wrong when I assumed it was the blessed Archmagos Amanat, who assumed the guise of Abel Haneman. But there is a connection between him and the Reverend Abel, and I intend to uncover the nature of this link.
Alright.
Acknowledged. I will return to ruminating on the search for the blessed Amanat. May your labors be effective and fruitful.
Cool, cool. Let's see. Am I able to talk with Abel down here? The person you saved from the Electro Priest Monastery, the servant of the Omnissiah who calls himself Abel Hanuman, is staring intently at a cogitator's vid screen. Wires connect to the sacred computing machine to augmetics inside the prayerfully bowed heads of murmuring servitors. Abel looks up at you. After a lengthy silence, he looks away and says stiffly, "The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all." How are you feeling, Abel? The running of the binaric protocols was bogged down and dissolved in false commands. The filter has separated the correct signals from the incorrect. The running has been restored to its swiftness. Pascal speaks softly, as though trying to match the inflections of Abel's voice. Tech Brother Abel has passed the diagnostics. The pernicious influence of sacrilegious procedures has been completely eliminated. Statistically, most survivors of schismatical infestations are left with severe cognitive impairments. However, Tech Brother Abel's mind, being of a less typical nature, has not been damaged to so great a degree. Gaze into Abel's eyes. Tech Brother Abel, you are free from possession, are you not? I trust that you pose no threat to my ship. What was flawed has since been purged, but the shadows of the hunt linger. The cog is dismounted, and no judgment has been made. In the absence of judgment, threat remains. Who will make the judgment? Pascal says, I will. I will make the judgment that will avert the threat. There is no need to frighten him. What troubles him so? I assumed at first that this was caused by the shock inflicted upon his system by the schismatical attack, but my tech brother's words are a sign of deeper reason for his unease. He foresees something that threatens both him and all those around him. And thus, I stand ready to face this threat. What judgment do you two speak of? Only he knows, but if my tech brother fears that he might not make the right decision at the critical moment, then I will do it for him. Why are you so concerned about him? He is not the one you were hoping to find. Answer unknown. I'm registering a kinship, both between our identifiers, and one that is more profound. Archmagus Amernot left an imprint on all his students. It may be, then, that I see some of my mentor and tech brother Abel, and so my spirit rejoices and strives to keep him from harm. You care for him as if he were truly your younger brother? Tech brother Abel is, harmonious, and harmony is beauty. Is it so strange an urge to protect beauty from the horrors of the grotesque? I will try not to give Abel any undue cause for dread. Why do you and Pascal have the same name? The naming of the names is not an index to the text. The naming of the names is the text. Abel's answers can be enigmatic. His mind works differently from ours. He thinks in harmonic imagery and notices the symmetries and proportional relationships in the world around him. Poetry would be the closest analogy to how he perceives and interacts with reality. I never imagined there could be poets among the tech priests. Why not? Technolingua is rhythmical and possesses a broad semantic scope. And some of its more sonorous dialects lend themselves well to individual and symphonic declamation. Pascal, do you understand what Abel is referring to? Negative. However, I will hypothesize. Tech Brother Abel is seeking to convey the idea that our matching identifiers are not the key to some vital data point. They are in and of themselves the data point. At this stage in my analysis, I can draw no useful conclusions from this proposition. However, the very fact that Tech Brother Abel is trying to hint at something points to him either being better informed than I am, or having conducted a more in-depth analysis of the situation that is useful information. Abel, could you please explain what you mean? There is silence. Are we overthinking it? It doesn't matter why your names are the same. What matters is that they are the same. Is that what you mean? At this point in time, the cycle has been broken and reshaped into a rising spiral, as Amarnat envisioned. On hearing his mentor's name, Pascal lets out a raspy, static-filled sigh. They are connected. My hypothesis regarding Abel's connection to the blessed Amarnat has been confirmed. What are you working on? We catch the soul of the light in the solar wind. We look for the footsteps the Omnissiah left when he walked the desert. This is the Romantic computation procedure. The depersonalized minds of these machine servants are in a data dream, processing enormous arrays of assorted data and aggregating them. Virtually all results of such synthesis are scrap data, but occasionally we have noted coincidences whose exactness defied logic. It is extremely rare and venerated form of statistical augury, but Tech Brother Abel is adept at this form of appealing to the Deus Mechanicus. Look for logical connections within the data. Most of the runes are devoid of any meaning, but you notice a few among them that combine into formulae and computational graphs. Abel peers at you inquisitively, then shifts his gaze to the vid screen, and you could swear that a smile lights up his face under his respiratory augmetic. A crystal is exquisite in clear water. Deviation from the cycle's trajectory has been increased, as was Amarnat's wish. Abel lowers his head, and his Vox synthesizer broadcasts a binary hymn you do not recall having heard before. It is a sound full of vibrant energy, and its precise rhythm, nothing short of pleasing to the ear. A rare thing for the language of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Tech Brother Abel has dedicated a lesser aria to you. The piece is distinguished by a high degree of acoustic harmony and is fit for use as a motto, auxiliary identifier, or epitaph. Thank you for this gift. The gift is disproportionate, but it does signify a personal affinity. Why do you do it? It is how we execute the quest for knowledge, in the hope that the machine god grants us an epiphany. so that we may discern a logical connection in a mass of absurd data, which will propel our comprehension forward. Inspect the sacred machine. The hair has been removed from the servitor's head. Their bulky cerebral augmetics cover their skulls like helmets. The faces of the cogitator's servants are blank. Their eyes are closed. Their lips are incessantly whispering what sounds like gibberish. Hundreds of lines of symbols containing information scroll down the cogitator's vid screen. Abel Hanuman peers at it with voracious interest, in sharp contrast to his usual placidity. My interest has been exhausted. Turn to Pascal. Did you hear what Abel said? It seems we have contributed to Amarnot's design and deviated from the cycle. What does that mean to you? We follow a path charted by a great mind, but that path leads to dark places. The cycle has advantage of predictability. Abandoning it will plunge the collective into a perilous space of uncertainty, which will inevitably lead to disasters and the risk of universal annihilation. The doctrine of discontinuing the cycle may herald good things to come, or it may be a death sentence. Only the Omnissiah knows all and comprehends all. Others are mere prophets who interpret his wisdom as far as their own comprehension merits. As flawed as the status quo is, it has helped us survive for the past 10 millennia. Therefore, it is effective. The 13th universal law attests to the truth of your words. The knowledge of the ancients is above questioning. However, drawing the line between the ancients and the fallible ones who followed in their footsteps is no easy task. Adira, do you have anything to say? You seem to have a very strong reaction to what Argenta said by the broken lens.
It was just my nerves playing up. Something about our little saint doesn't sit right with me, and I trust my gut. Oh sure, she seems straight as an arrow and as predictable as a hangover after drinking. But when I look at her, something about her makes my brain itch. After that conversation, I tried to listen to what was being said about her. Beyond the door, what I heard was strange. Blood in her past, twilight in her present, and something like a star leading her. But where is it leading her? I saw several roads, and all of them frightened me.
And what does it all mean?
If I knew, I would have told you. Hearing things clearly requires cooperation from the other person, you know. But that cobra just hisses and spits its venom at me. I don't trust her one bit.
Maybe we should warn Argenta.
Oh yeah. You go ahead and tell her the wicked Psyker has divined something about her. She'll be so pleased and grateful, and of course she'll listen to what you have to say. No, that would be pointless. And anyway, I'm not even sure what it all means. Maybe the danger is to her, or maybe the danger's coming from her.
Alright. I failed an awareness test. I had a 90% chance. I'd like to hear your augury, Adira. What awaits me in the future?
All right, let's hear what they're whispering about you. Another road. The road begins at the threshold of the expanse and leads to the bowels of the emerging world.
World. Reading the threads of fate is not meant for you, slave of the enthroned corpse. Step into the embrace of doom, for thus was it preordained by the architect of fates.
Heresy. I sense heresy.
That wasn't me. I swear on everything that's holy. I don't know what the second road is or who watches over it, but I beg you, stay away from it.
Of course. Always.
That was something.
Domin. Mate.
Heinrichs.
To what do I owe this visit?
Alright. I'm going to go to the chapel and the Astropath Chapel. See if they have anything going on. Do we have anything here? Nope.
A new challenge for me?
Praying won't do anything. I'm not dogmatic anymore. Alright. We can step out into the Furibundus system.
It's about time.
I usually don't like OSTs like this, but I really appreciate this game's OST. It just feels so fitting. Alright. Lord Captain, I'm getting reports of several ships moving towards us. Judging by the fact that they're not responding to our hails, and the telemetry shows a trail of macro batteries, they're not here for chinwag. Ready to issue orders to prepare for battle at your command. Where did they come from? Why haven't you noticed them before? The rubbish of Furibundus, and I'm not talking about these wrecks that are about to open fire. I mean the remains of meteorites, gas clouds, refuse from the shipyards. It all bunches together, and the smaller ships hide behind it to harass ships as they emerge from the warp. Could this be the work of Conrad Voigtveer? It's possible. He could have hired some scum, or maybe it's just a pirate who saw the state of our ship and decided to push his luck. Can we evade this combat? I don't think so, Lord Captain. There'd be no reason to. It'll be easier to blast these scum to smithereens than evade them. We'll warn Footfall that we're coming with a few macro salvos. Alright. Can't wait for this to be where my Grim Darkness run ends. First ship combat. Because I am not great at this. Let's see if I remember anything about how to do this. Alright, alright. Let's see here. I shall move up there. And I will then... Alright. And that one is taken care of. Alright. Ow. I will head this way, I think. So that my good shield is facing them. And of course, I can't actually hit them with this. Alright. Let's take him down. Hopefully. That did not take him down. Alright. Yeah, this one can't hit it. Oh, right, I can just do this. That works. Forgot about that. I forgot that they exploded in a small AoE. That works very nicely. This damage remains after battle is over and must be repaired. Open the Void Ship Management screen to make repairs to your ship. Use scrap to repair your ship and restore its hull integrity. Scrap can be found while exploring star systems. Alright. We got 32 scrap. Hopefully that is enough to repair. It is. Alright. It requires 50 scrap. How much scrap do I have? Yep. I will upgrade my max HP a little. I'm never going to upgrade RAM. Here, posts. The flagship flies in a straight line, making a full U-turn at the end of its movement. Yeah, we can do that. Here we have reloads all macro cannons that were fired during the acceleration phase. Okay, that's kind of nifty. Shield Master we have here. Shield Pulse, reinforced shields. I would prefer reinforced shields, if I recall. Yeah. What does Shield Pulse do? Overloads the enemy's shields, redistributing them, with the weakest side facing the flagship. If the enemy has a hollow field, it loses several of its charges. The pulse can also negatively impact... Okay, no, I like that one too. We can go with that. Here, while moving, the flagship may make its next turn at 90 degrees instead of the usual 45. Yep. We are fine with that. Here, I am the highest, but I don't have persuasion. Cause the ship to immediately turn 45 or 90 degrees, depending on the ship's maneuverability. If the enemy ship has suffered hull damage, this abrupt turn additionally deals damage equal to 15 to 20% of the ship's missing hull. That doesn't sound terrible. What about this? I'm gonna go with the shallow jump. I'm gonna lose Heinrichs here in a moment, but that's fine. Yeah, that works out, because then I can use Arc Augury here. Next shot gains +2 range. Cool. Sweet deal. Lord Captain, the station's airlocks have been sealed from the inside. A Vox recording is stating that the priesthood of the Altar Templum Elixis X-17 Sanctuary have no desire to communicate with the Lady and are refusing access to guests on the basis of the Adeptus Mechanicus's privilege of inviolability, granting them sole jurisdiction over their sacred sites. We scan. Lord Captain, we have the flagship Drusus's Blessing with a small escort dead ahead. They are requesting a direct Vox channel, patching you through. Chartist Captain Austerius Thorfast. Greetings, Lord Captain. I am honored to speak with the rogue traitor of House von Valentius. May your name be known through the ages. Chartist Captain Austerius Thorfast, bearer of a free charter of the merchant fleet. How can I be of service? What is your squadron doing here? We develop supply routes for Chartists. You see, my ship is a representative of the merchant fleet in this part of the Imperium territory. Yet we do not have a fixed charter defined trade route. Our mission is to establish business contacts through voidfarers in need of regular ship repairs and those who are interested in specialized goods. From where do you source the components you sell? Are you asking me to disclose our suppliers to you? Well, frankly, they come from both everywhere and nowhere. We get our wares either from lucky voidsmen who stumbled upon an abandoned or dilapidated ship somewhere in a neighboring system, or from unlucky ones whose sorry tub arrives on Footfall in such a state that it's easier to take her apart than to restore her. I would like to know more about the merchant's fleet's operations in the Coronis Expanse. For the most part, all the Expanse has is fleets of different organizations and small flotillas of merchant ships. Uninterrupted communication between worlds is a matter of life and death for many outposts of humanity. So even in this dark corner of the Imperium, there are chartists and ships assigned to the various Adeptus. Alas, the Expanse has next to no stable trade routes, so the job can be precarious at times. Then again, no one is more intimately familiar with the hardships of local commerce than a rogue trader. Let's see what you have. Okay, we want these. In fact, we just want all of this. Hold up here. Extra plating? That would be kind of nice. This would also be kind of nice. That's fine, though. Void ship management. So, single void shield array is what we currently have. Nah, I'm cool with the one that we have. I don't know what we'll be up against enough to know whether or not that will be better. 13 speed with low acceleration and braking. 11 speed along with strong acceleration and braking. I don't know. This parameter of engine components determines the length of the ship's acceleration and end phases and the size of their respective zones. Engines with stronger acceleration and deceleration have larger acceleration and end movement zones. Okay. I'll stick with what I have for the moment. Provides void ship weapons with targeting data, granting 80% hit chance and 5% critical hit chance. Okay, this one is just an upgrade. So this is a Mizoa Lance. Nah, we want the torpedoes. The torpedoes are nice. Boss pattern, torpedo tubes, but we also want the Mizoa Lance. We want one of each. And we have 408 scrap. So I can do a little bit of upgrading here. That's probably sufficient. Now we head to Footfall. Your lordship, something sinister is unfolding among the survivors from Rikid Minoris. There have already been several cases of evacuated refugees being found either dead or dying. All of them have been blinded using various means. I fear there is reason to believe that there were agents of the cult among the people who came on board. I knew the anathema would not fully release its hold on those doleful souls just yet. Then let us march and drive it away. Give a proper report on the refugees. How were they quartered? Are they supervised? The serfs and the planetary wardens were assigned to 2 auxiliary lower decks. The commoners are riled up and frightened by the calamity. So to keep their senselessness in check, we only assign those of sound mind to work and pump sedative gas through the ventilation into the compartments holding the rest. The venerated Praetor Electroid Dar Impulse 6 and his retinue took refuge in one of the engineering bays, or more accurately, they barricaded themselves in. The wise servants of the Omnissiah are fearful beyond measure that ignorant lay people might damage or offend their miraculous fusion reactor, so they cloistered themselves in their own personal fortress. Need to know more about the killings? 11 bodies have been found thus far. The first victim had their eyes burned out with a gas torch, the second had acid splashed in their face, and the third was found wandering around on their last legs with metal pins sticking out of their eye sockets. They died before we could interrogate them. The rest were killed and disfigured in similar ways through blinding. No trace of the killer's identity was found. We begin the interrogations. It will be done, your lordship. If I may interject, there's no need. The interrogations have already been conducted. I put the enforcers on alert as soon as the first body was discovered, though I decided yet not to disturb your lordship until I had the results. Well, now I do. We have already arrested, 4 perpetrators at the scenes of the crimes that had yet to take place. Those are not murders. They are suicides. Explain yourself, Seneschal. The people we apprehended were about to blind themselves and end their own lives. I'm confident that all who perished did the same. When questioned, they all said the same thing. They are haunted by the sight of the dying Rikid Minoris. Even in their sleep, they still see the same horrific picture. So the sad wretches would do anything to make this nightmare stop. Perform cleansing liturgies on the decks housing the refugees. We shall banish this blight with the strength of our faith. Certainly, Lord Captain, except I am afraid it is not just the refugees. 3 out of the 4 people we arrested were members of the crew. They watched Rikid Minoris die, and it left their minds scarred. We all bear the mark of that dark catastrophe, for it was the attention of the ruinous powers that branded our very souls. May the God Emperor have mercy on us. You were warned, your lordship. It is regrettable that you did not listen. Alright, it looks like it is time for ads. They run for 3 minutes every hour. They turn off pre-rolls and mid-rolls for the next hour. I don't do anything in the meantime, so nobody misses out on any content. And I will catch you all in 3 minutes. Alright, the ads are finished. And we head to Footfall. Void Dock, Alpha Row. Your Lordship, forgive me for not welcoming you with the appropriate, obeisance. We were told that you would prefer to arrive on Footfall incognito. So we are trying to attract as little attention as possible. Hiccup. I'm here on behalf of the Liege of Footfall, Lord Vladaeum Tokara. The Liege awaits the chance to speak with you at his residence, but if you happen to have other business to attend to, I can serve as your guide and tell you about the station. Cassia's lip curls slightly. This is so familiar. Behind the amber-colored scattering of words of welcome, far less appealing hues of lurk, murky and diluted. The look of someone accustomed to lying and hiding their intentions. What's the situation on Footfall? There are certain problems, Your Lordship, but the Liege can acquaint you with them far better than I. Behind her polite, soft tone, you detect the slightest hint of nervousness, as if she's reciting a ply she has carefully prepared beforehand. You really should talk to the Liege about this. She doesn't get a chance to say the rest.
Hey, newcomers! How's this for a warm welcome?
I won't heed your cries of mercy.
I will level you!
Okay, there's 4 over here. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 over here. And the turn order is Cassia going first. I will have her there. Abelard. Come play with these ones. I will chill here for the moment. Argenta. Argenta, you can chill there for the moment. Pascal. You can be there. Your little servitor bro can be here. And Cabela. Actually, Pascal, you go there. Cabela, you go here. Alright. Let's do this. Cassia gets to... Waking Nightmare, a handful. Okay, we can get 3. Is there any way to get more than 3? No. So I'll just get these 3.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
And then we lidless stare. And hit a bunch of them.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. Grace, at least.
My cover! Well, whatever. It's probably fine.
Here we go. Pain and duty go hand in hand.
Revenge you.
Oh my god, Abelard's taking damage.
Hold on.
I'm not used to this.
You miscreant!
Oh god. This fight's way harder than I remembered it being. Alright. We'll get the kills here.
Eradicated. I'll do it. The enemies of the Emperor will be undone. Each strike is a prayer. Doubt is for the weak.
Let's make it quick.
I've suffered worse.
I'm here, maggot.
Yes, melee Cabela, please. My poor servitor. Pascal, you are blind as a fucking bat.
Running binaric override.
Alright, Cabela, you don't have any actual, injuries here at the moment. That is good. I will go with Captive Audience.
The shadows will feel death.
Alright.
As honor ordains, the other side awaits.
Okay, I will Blood Oath here.
As the
Don't
tenets
actually
demand.
wound me. Alright, and then we attack.
Brings me no pleasure.
We are healed to full. And then we leap back this way.
Trust me. That is a blessing.
Just Cabela things. I don't think I can get her to any of the other enemies this turn. These all appear to be melee, so I think I'm okay with her being here.
Scared yet?
Oh, there's more up there. Joy. Abelard. The hell are you doing, man? Why are you so injured?
Victory is imminent.
Alright, we endure.
It will be done.
I come up here and slap.
Indeed. I took care of this one.
And then we charge this one. And then we taunt.
At your beck and call.
I do too much damage. Heck. That would do a lot of damage to Cassia. I'll just go with this for now. And then I will move here. And pick off 2 of these, I suppose.
Nothing of value has been lost. All too easy.
Right, maybe 3 of them.
Already done. You didn't stand a chance.
Indeed, all 3 of them. And then I can head back here, where it feels safer. Hey, Kyo, how's it going? Hope all's well. Doing a lurk, cooking breakfast? Nice. If you're able to hear me, you should let me know what you're having for breakfast when you get back. If I head here, and I lidless stare this way, it does not kill them. If I come here, I can lidless stare and hit both of them. kind of want to head... I have a billion movement points. I'm pretty sure I can do this. I'll move here. Buff Abelard.
Be careful not to cross my gaze.
Move back here. Actually, can I give Abelard an extra turn? I can.
I will do my duty.
That's not what I meant to do. Okay, whatever. I meant to click this. I'm just bad.
Victory is imminent.
This is fine. I'll just make sure that they're taunted. He did get some extra temp HP out of that, though, because the temp HP stacks. Okay, then we go here, and we lidless gaze on these.
Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet.
Do we get the stun? Yup. Cool.
Don't touch me.
Brace yourself, Abelard.
As the Emperor commands, none can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Easy double kill there.
Faith without deeds is worthless. As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it. Dedicated.
Very nice. Pascal.
Request approved. The scriptural prognosis is favorable. Running by narrative.
37%. Had to try. Cabela. Alright, Cabela. You can do some work here.
Death comes in silence. As honor ordains, the shadows will sit down.
Okay.
Let the blood of the wicked be shed, as thou hast willed.
The other side away.
Easy. Sadly, cannot move.
Here we go.
We endure.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones.
Abelard just does so much damage. Why does he do so much? 54%? Where do I see crit chance?
My tactics
So
are
be it.
flawless. Opposing me was your biggest mistake.
What a greeting we got. Servant. Emperor protect us? Or protect me? They killed. You're not, young man. We took care of the attackers. Do you know who they were? Your lordship, those guys were Anvers. They're a gang. They're the worst, I'm telling you. They're scared of no one, not even Liege Tokara. Does this kind of thing happen often around here? Shooting? Yes. Attacks on nobles? Not very often. Unless it's the Anvers. They're vicious? Not a week goes by without them killing and gutting somebody. They're wicked heretics? They respect nothing? They follow no rules. Go and report this to the Liege? Yes, I'm sorry, your lordship. I'll just go report to the Liege. They killed her? They killed my lady. Oh, this is terrible. Alright, I am going to the Void Ship Bridge. I don't need any of this. Chain swords, combat shotgun. Well, shit, I do want that. Like, the only thing there that I actually want. Actually, flak armor is pretty good. It's medium armor with 35% armor. No, that's not good. Light armor is just so good. Like, even the best heavy armor I have right now is 40%. And then, like, I have a light with 30%? Alright, we grab the combat shotgun. Hey, how's it going, Jimmy Jama? Hope all's well. Things are going pretty good here. I'm in Act 2. I don't know if you got to see it yesterday, but the final battle of actually all of yesterday's stuff was pretty cool story-wise. Unit Opticon 22 extends official greetings and invites you to a synchronous communication. Convergence point, Dock Alpha Row, topic of communication, discharge of contact, Logisticar, Theta. It will be up on YouTube tomorrow at noon, if you want to catch it. Or, of course, the VOD is on Twitch at the moment still. For a little longer. Alright, what do we have here?
I'll lay claim to the stars.
We have absolutely nothing here. Got it. Strange memo. The holy book by the altar. The void, or that void damn customs guy. He is always on duty. Does he get any time off? Does he ever leave for a piss? Is he a servitor or something? Guess what? Hanger by the window. Remember to bow before the Emperor through the window. Alright, YOLO, can we get this commerce check?
I did it?
Nice. At first glance, these look like standard containers, but their frames have been reinforced and their sealing improved to keep the smell in. These are used to transport contraband.
In my way.
Archetypes. We don't actually get more skills for a while. So yeah, I'll try the commerce check.
My house would be proud of me.
The container is labeled Destination Janus. It is covered in dust. It must have spent a long time at the docks. Now is our time, not theirs. Go to their homes, drag them out of their beds, carve open their bodies like carcasses at a slaughterhouse. The Imperial Navy cast Bellica, Corda von Valentius. Their names mean nothing now. Tomorrow will erase them from memory. Go and seize power, as much of it as you can carry.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Never doubt me.
Small altar. The central spot has been given to Drusus, a saint from the neighboring Calixus sector, who is widely revered in the Cronus Expanse.
Victory awaits.
Alright, there's some goods here. I'm writing to inform you that 2 days ago, the discharge was interrupted by a raid launched by the Anvers gang. In the attack, 3 loader servitors were put out of commission. Furthermore, 1 cargo container, serial number FVDA1 16165 was stolen along with its contents. Alright, how do I get back here? Ah, yes. I don't remember the code for that. Footfall void dock code 3541. I'll stop looking stuff up once it's stuff that I haven't done before. But when I've done it before and it's just a matter of I don't remember, I'm not caring about looking it up. Psyker's footwear. These boots grant the wearer 3% dodge until the end of combat for each psi power they use. Stacks. Alright, I think these are my new boots. These goggles grant the wearer +5 bonus to lure Xenos. They also grant 10% hit chance against Xenos. Immune to burning. Also, whenever the wearer ends their turn, burning is removed from all adjacent allies. Cool. What are my current boots? Do I have any? I do not. Sweet. These boots will be sick.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
And then who is my Lore Xenos person? Pascal. You know what? I'm okay with him having this on instead of what he had. We need no rules or leaders. We are not an organization. We are a force of nature.
None shall stand in my way.
You know that bird? The local Adeptus Mechanicus uses it to get around. Their boats are easy to tell apart from all the pirates, smugglers, and other scum. Opticon 22. The tall, hunched tech priest stares at you unblinkingly. A breathing mask conceals his gaunt features. The skin on his hands is a sickly gray hue, while his augments show signs of combat damage and are plated in black chromium, giving him a general air of lugubriousness. How the hell do you pronounce that? Initiating identification procedure. This unit is defined as Logis Opticon 22 and is a fully authorized representative, structural part of the Cognizance Fleet and the priesthood of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Access has been granted to the following options: information exchange, strengthening of diplomatic links, trade deals / donations. Initiating official greeting procedure for esteemed, high-value visitors. Glory success to House von Valencius. A binaric aria begins to flow from the scratched vox attached to the tech priest's chest. Requesting information exchange regarding contractual obligation Logisticar Theta. Pascal and Opticon 22 exchange glances and a short series of binaric signals before bowing their heads in satisfaction. Opticon 22's head bows noticeably lower than Pascal's. I received an invitation to a meeting. Confirmed. I wish to discharge, reciprocally validate the mutual contractual obligation designated Logisticar Theta. Under the contractual obligation in question, 34.761 Terran years ago, the Explorer Cognizance Fleet received from representatives, authorized units, of the Von Valencius dynasty a volume of high-grade promethium equal to the fuel capacity of 6 Tantalian void tankers. Received it, and they didn't pay. Compensate. Remunerate. Settle accounts. Should I go on? Is that enough synonyms? The stipulated payment, reciprocal offering from the Cognizance Fleet can be made to Von Valencius assets at the current time, after which the contractual obligation will be fulfilled, archived. Confirm your status regarding acceptance of the payment. What does this give? Mobile extractium. Or 5,000 explorators. Favor. I think I care more about the explorators favor. But let me see here. You waited 30 years to pay up? Execution of payment, reciprocal offering, is in accordance with the specifications of the contractual obligation. Allocation of assets from the holdings of the Cognizance Fleet was initiated when tankers reached the main squadron, 14.905 Terran years after the initial transaction. The asset allocation process concluded 2.663 Terran years later. Transportation of assets to the Furibunda system took 16.862 Terran years. Final delivery of assets to Footfall took 0.331 Terran years. Clever. If you had been purchasing fuel for a squadron at the other end of the Imperium, you may never have had to pay at all. We would have turned to dust before you made it there and back. You're saying that my dynasty has had extensive business dealings with you? The statement is true. The Cognizance fleet concluded 1,292 contractual obligations with the von Valancius dynasty as represented, led, administered by the counterparty identified as Theodora von Valancius. The most substantial was Pact 8 Yule, in accordance with which Archmagos Cubus Delphim, data usher of the sevenfold hallowed workshop of the sacred world of Euphrates II, was transferred to the planet Kiava Gamma to perform the duties of minister as its fabricator censor. The services of such a highly enlightened, enhanced, authorized servant were recompensed via the offering of paid for with a 7-year contract granting the fleet's exploration vessels maintenance privileges at the Kiava Gamma facilities. That is true. In the last couple of decades, Lady Theodora took pains to form a strong relationship with the Cognizance fleet. She turned down dozen candidates looking for the right tech monitor to watch over Kiava Gamma. What payment can I expect? Universal Mobile Orbital Deployment Extractiums? Astra Arator processing complexes, and the quantity stipulated in the contractual obligation. Each unit has undergone a cycle of maintenance liturgies and has been assessed for conformance to the sacred standard template construct. Great creations of the Omnissiah, blessed be his beneficence, which has bestowed upon these complexes industrial might and full cycle of reproduction and life support. I will say no payment is needed. Consider the Prometheum my gift and a sign of my hope for collaboration in the future. Quest is accepted. Contractual obligation logistic car theta is concluded. The Cognizance fleet thanks House von Valancius for its cooperation. The status of the unit's requests will be increased. Oh, that got me so close to being able to get this. The big thing I want here is just the Chirurgeon's manual. But it did get us really close. Oh, we do have new stuff here that we can get, though. Righto. I will grab these. Deflection gloves. These gloves allow the wearer to parry melee attacks with their ranged weapon, using ballistic skill instead of weapon skill. You know what? I kind of want to toss this on Argenta. Whenever the wearer hits an enemy with a Deadeye shot, it reduces the enemy's deflection by 1 and applies +1 exploit until the end of combat. Stacks up to 3 times. Alright. Argenta, what gloves are you wearing? 5% damage, 5% critical hit chance with single shots and Deadeye shots. I don't think that's needed, especially once I switch over to the heavy bolter. I seek the friendship of the Adeptus Mechanicus. The priesthood of the Adeptus Mechanicus is interested in, considers expeditious, cooperation with rogue traders. Under the terms of the Treaty of Mars, it is willing to provide services to the Von Valentius dynasty. The priority of service tasks can be raised if diplomatic links are strengthened. The Cognizance fleet will be glad, unavailable, to accept any samples of sacred technology, samples of profane xenotech, miscellaneous items. Reminder, storage, study, and/or disposal of the aforementioned subjects, with the exception of miscellaneous items, is the preferential right of the Adeptus Mechanicus. The Explorer fleet will also accept information about planets in the Cronus Expanse that have not previously been recorded in the Planetary Register. Why do you want information about planets? Omnifaceted study of the Cronus Expanse is the sacred mission operational objective of the Cognizance fleet. Information about the planets and star systems of the Cronus Expanse will be compiled, studied, and transferred to the holy repositories of Mars upon completion of the Great March of Exploration mission. This process increases the totality of knowledge and decreases the totality of ignorance in the universe. Why are you interested in xenotech? Isn't that heresy? The Cognizance fleet finds it reasonable to believes that forbidden knowledge in the hands of laity causes destruction and violations that go against the Omnissiah's will. Weakness of mind and will unleash xeno-heresy, which consumes the laity whole. An example that demonstrates the outlined pattern: a void station in the system of Landgren's Belt, according to the data available to the Cognizance fleet. The heretics on the station have trade relations with Xenos for the sake of obtaining dangerous and pernicious technology. The destruction of these heretics is of high priority, but not high enough to demand immediate action. I have some questions. Information assistance will be provided. Opticon 22, that's a strange name. The designation Opticon is an identifier with an illustrious history, a significant number of archive references, and is used by many explorators in the Cognizance fleet. The extension 22 is a custom edition made by the current unit designed to highlight the unit's unique personality. What is the Cognizance fleet? The Cognizance fleet is an explorator fleet produced by the Adeptus Mechanicus for the purpose of surveying, optionally conquering, the Cronus Expanse. The fleet's core squadron is located in, data classified, while auxiliary echelons and autonomous void vessels are operating throughout the entirety of the Cronus Expanse. May the Omnissiah's favor be with my tech comrades. You are an explorator? Then why are you here instead of exploring faraway systems? This unit functioned as a senior planetary scout for the duration of data classified procedural cycles. It was distinguished with 3 promotions by 1 grade, the right to a T2 sacred augmentation, a notation in the fleet-wide archive as a valuable unit. After a reconnaissance mission in the Tenaris system, this unit was promoted to the rank of Logis and transferred to Footfall in order to perform the functions appropriate for its current status. There's something close to wistfulness in Opticon 22's otherwise motionless voice. My archive contains data on the reconnaissance of the Tenaris system and the associated special circumstances. I express my respect for a veteran and adherent of the fleet. Valid assessment: the Tenaris system was a great test of faith. An assessment of this unit's durability threshold, an act of destructive xenocide. So, what happened in the Tenaris system? Pascal and Opticon 22 turn to you and snap in unison. Data classified. I love it. What are you doing on Footfall? This unit performs residential representation, maintenance of the bureaucratic machine for the purpose of ratification of insulating boundaries, management of the Kappa thread supply line, compilation of astrographic reconnaissance data. Abelard lets out a long and heavy sigh. There was once a tech acolyte in Lady Theodora's retinue who knew the unique language of the esteemed tech priests. I only began to realize the true value of his abilities after he'd been devoured by a xenobeast on some nondescript world. Pascal, do these words have a translation? Opticon 22's functions can be conveyed through flesh speak as functioning as the fleet's diplomatic mission, overseeing shipments, ensuring that the Lady does not encroach upon the Explorator's sphere of interest, and collecting data on star systems. Why are you here, not say at the Liege's palace? Prolonged communication with lay people of high social standing causes this unit vexation, desire for forceful cessation of vital functions, grief, decline in motivation, righteous fury, willingness to initiate purity protocol. Yeah, no, I can see it. Remaining in an area of repair and maintenance of sacred machines is beneficial to this unit's cognitive functions. This statement is true. The behavioral dynamics typical of lay groups are frequently devoid of logical patterns and are taxing to analyze. I have no more questions. I must take my leave. Cool.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Wait my turn, huh? How about I just go around? What do we have here? Now is our time, not theirs. Go to their homes, drag them out. Oh, we already have one of those.
Follow my lead.
Cast your eye there.
Grenadier's Cloak. The wearer and their allies are immune to damage from the wearer's grenades. Oh, that is absolutely nasty. I like that. Enhanced Optics. The Cyber Eagle gains 15 perception and deals 150% more damage. I do not have a Cyber Eagle, but that looks like a nice item.
You've authorized.
I've read about this.
The container is marked foodstuffs, but it is empty, and by the looks of it, has not been moved for a while. I'm 20 XP from level. Let's go to the atrium.
It's about time.
Large med kits. We like those.
I am forever astonished that Reverend Hieronymus makes do with that shoebox of a chapel in the atrium for his servants. Footfall has several temples, far more befitting his status.
The Drusians are a unique order. They teach people to be content with little, and they follow that principle themselves.
Alright, let's take a look at this.
The burden of failure is the most terrible punishment.
I'll lay
Argenta,
claim
please.
To the stars.
This explorator is blessed with multifunctionality.
Heck yeah. We got it.
None shall stand in my way.
Lesson learned.
Who thought that was a good idea?
Lesson learned. Compared to
We
naval
need to
service,
investigate.
that was barely a challenge.
Alright, what do we have? A great sword. Which is arguably better than, arguably better than the Silent Verdict. And then we have Commander's Monocle. Whenever an ally under the effect of the wearer's Voice of Command ability makes an attack during an extra turn, the attack deals an additional 9% damage. Fellowship bonus? 3x Fellowship bonus. %5 chance to hit, 5% critical hit chance. Yeah, we put on that.
I did it?
The numerous wounds and injuries indicate that this was a particularly brutal murder. The letters A and V are carved into the victim's shoulder blade. Alright. Here... What am I grabbing? I like linchpin. Equal to 20% of their maximum wounds, gains Master Tactician's Resolve, stacks of tactical advantage, and resets the cooldown of Linchpin, Inspire, and Strong Point. Yeah, that's fine. Abelard. Wall of Rockcrete. I know this one. This ability is just so absolutely dumb strong. Vanguard and all their allies in a 3-cell radius around them gain 3 plus number of unyielding beacon stacks, temporary wounds. That's whatever. All affected targets suffer minus 50% less damage from the next attack. That is insane. And then here... What was it I was going here? Let's see. Oh, okay, this is really neat. So long as I end my turn in a way that has multiple people affected by Brace for Impact, they won't be affected by melee superiority for the entire comp. Yeah, that's gross. Alright, it is time for ads. They play for 3 hours every hour. I don't do anything in the meantime, so nobody misses out on any content. It disables pre-rolls and mid-rolls for the next hour, which is why I do it. That and the fact that if I don't do it, then people get way more than 3 minutes of ads every hour, just that Twitch randomly throws out. So, yeah, I'll catch you all in 3 minutes. Alright, the ads are finished, and we can continue. I will take Reckless Rush. And here... Did I never grab Point of Curiosity? I guess I'm grabbing Point of Curiosity now, because that's definitely the right call. Causing people to group up for AoEs. And then Pascal, I'm going to take the Medicae signal so that his little servo skull swarm will heal people each turn and have a chance at removing wounds. We are happy to have that. And Cabela, I think I was grabbing Pain Resonance. Immediately suffer an extra instance of damage from these effects. They must also pass a resistance test with Medicae divided by 5 penalty, or suffer an additional negative effect. The effect and type of the resistance test depends on the initial damage over time effect. So, in my party, it would be either blinded or slowed. Both of those are nice. Minus 30 to ballistic skill and weapon skill, and a minus 30% dodge and parry. And this is movement points are reduced by 3. So yes, we will take Pain Resonance. And we are happy. For the time being. You, sir, are fatigued.
I won't tolerate weakness.
So we will head back to the ship. Get rid of the fatigued and then come back. I thought I recalled there being a button to just, like, port back to the ship, but I guess not. This is fine, though. We want the atrium. We need no rules or rulers. Yeah. Plenty of that going around. The buzzing crowd is closed in on several harried-looking individuals. Some of their faces are smeared with fresh blood, and the angry cries and twisted faces leave no doubt a massacre is about to take place. Just cut their throats already? What were they thinking, letting that ship dock at Footfall? They're all stricken? No. Cutting? No cutting. We get their blood on us, we'll be tainted too. Better to burn them? Hieronymus Doloroso. Be quiet, you scoundrel. You dare pass judgment on others? What arrogance to think you have the right? That's Reverend Hieronymus. I'm surprised he's decided to intervene in a street squabble. Watch in silence. Reverend, but these are heretics, real heretics. Their whole planet is plagued. Folks say they all died over there, and why is that? Because they're heretics, and the Emperor punished them. We're no heretics, we ran from the heretics, barely escaped with our lives. And there was no plague on our planet, only the archenemy's minions. A whole army of them. And if you want to blame anyone, blame those who abandoned our world, blame the governor, blame the tech priests, blame the masters of Kiavagama who forsook it in its darkest hour. Intervene, what's going on here? And who are you supposed to be? I'm Zenavathar, rogue trader of the Von Valencius dynasty. The rabble-rouser laughs uproariously. And I'm Incendia Corda, cut the Goth. Her ladyship Theodora is head of the Von Valencius line. I saw her with my own eyes when she came to Footfall, and you don't look much like her. Silence, you must be completely out of your minds. A band of woefully dim reprobates who think themselves bringers of justice. Who are you to pass judgment on anyone? All you ought to be doing is suffering and repenting till the end of your days. And what's so wrong about that, Reverend? We just want to put these heretics to death? We're not heretics. We're refugees. I swear it on the Golden Throne. We served the Imperium faithfully until they hung us out to dry. Where were the protectors that were meant to shield the lands of humanity from nightmares? Traitors? Traitors and heretics, the lot of them. Armor runs through the crowd. The people gawk at you, at the priest, and the wretched group huddling in the center. How tiring, the motley sea of colors that fills this restless crowd is hard on the eyes. So many hues, but most of them are acrid yellow. Streaks of fear, acrid yellow streaks of fear, their red buds swelling, ready to burst and paint all who are gathered here. As for the hearts of those who have been forced to defend themselves, they're shrouded in purplish-black grief, but their words are as transparent as the ice that lies on top of a glacier. But commoners are always deaf to others, suffering, for such is their nature. Interfering in their affairs is hardly worthy of you or me. Let's try the coercion. The rabble-rouser looks at you morosely. I don't want to get in trouble over this lot. Refugees use the interruption to make off in the direction of Dock Alpha Row. The arrogance and self-righteousness of a malefactor. I am Reverend Hieronymus Doloroso, head of the Drushian mission here on Footfall. I thank you for stepping in. Please come see me when you have the time. We can talk then.
Challenge for me?
Alright, let's go talk with those refugees. That is one of my planets. So I'd like to know what is going on. The refugees from Kiavagama are looking at you, some with apprehensive frowns, some with unconcealed gratitude. I need information. What happened on Gama, and how did you end up here? We told you everything back in the square. Things are rough on Kiavagama. Maybe there isn't even a Kiavagama anymore. The planet was attacked by a horde of heretics. They shouted unholy prayers and cut down people left and right. We heard everything from orbit, listening to one Voxcast after another. We realized there wasn't anyone left to save, so we thought we'd run. But then, it was like our crew went mad somehow. The captain smashed his own head against a cogitator, and so did half of the officers. Everyone who survived did their best to steer the ship into the warp, and here we are. Only 3 ships made it alive, ours being one of them. We don't know what happened to the other 2. They never made it to Footfall. Maybe they disappeared in the warp, or maybe something else happened to them. What became of the ship that you used to get here? It is the property of the Von Valencius dynasty. Apologies, we couldn't save it. The ship was damaged during the escape. We're lucky it got us all the way to Footfall. It's at the far docks, but there isn't much use for it anymore. It doesn't look like it's going to fly anywhere, and the local recolligers have already removed some of the valuable parts. You can send your people to take apart whatever is left. Scavenge some components. We got Mechanicus Creations. The map of the Expanse was revealed to me before the Sea of Souls roiled and tangled the paths. How did you, desperate ones, reach Footfall all the way from the Kranek system without a navigator? Frightened by Cassia's appearance, the refugee covers his face with his hands. Trembling violently, please forgive my worthless words. We were feeling our way in the dark, you could say. All we had is some old maps. We prayed to the God Emperor day and night, while our helmsman plotted the course. A miracle? It must have been your lordship? You were hurling accusations at your masters. That is a sign of treason, and you must be punished accordingly. Do you realize this? Please have mercy. A few idiots shouted some things, that's all. We shut them up ourselves already. It was the grief of fear and fear talking. Please don't punish the rest of us for it. Vituperation directed at Adeptus Mechanicus was likewise registered. Denial is meaningless. You are pardoned. You may board my ship and continue to serve the Von Valencius dynasty. Praise be to the Emperor. We're saved and pardoned. We'll do as we're told. We won't say another word. Oh, nice. I got to rank 2 Iconoclast at some point. Ah, that's why I've been having so many movement points. I like it.
It's about time.
Operation successful.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
There anything down here? Why can we head down here? Ah, okay. Alright. Hieronymus Doloroso. The man with a face so drawn it appears to be made of nothing but skin and bones fixes his unblinking, bird-like eyes on you. The priest's simple black clothes have next to no adornments, and they do nothing to mask his unhealthy gauntness. In a cracked voice, he says, "The Emperor protects." "Who are you?" "I'm Reverend Hieronymus. Hieronymus Doloroso, as I'm called. Head of the Drusian mission, and possibly the last hope for the wayward souls that inhabit this fringe forsaken by our master." "The Emperor protects, Reverend?" "But he protects only those who are pure of heart. Do you think yourself one of them? Be leery of this conviction of yours. Many who have risen to the pinnacle of faith have fallen from it into the embrace of pride most degenerate. And you must be the young von Valancius. That name carries weight, and it is a burdensome one, for its reputation suggests that Theodora encumbered it with many a transgression. I wonder, will you seek to shed them, or will you carry them onward, picking them along the way like ripe fruit and savoring their sweet poison? I've heard many exalt the deeds of your intellect, and call your wisdom a gift from the Emperor himself. Fools, do they not know that the seeds of heresy sprout quickest in an enlightened mind? Understanding only erodes the will to act. I will choose the dogmatic option here. I put my faith in the Emperor. Well, then be twice as diligent, for this sector will seize any chance to test your faith. Greetings, sister. I congratulate you on your return. Was your pilgrimage fruitful? It was, Reverend. Let it be known to you that Theodora von Valancius' ship was attacked by servants of the archenemy, who appall the heart of any righteous soul. And not all of them met a fitting end. Some fled, and more than that, their blasphemous words clearly pointed to this attack being part of a larger design. Reverend Hieronymus, I wish to join the esteemed rogue trader's crew and help protect the von Valancius dynasty from the forces of the archenemy. I am divesting myself of the responsibility of guarding the Footfall reliquary. Sister Argenta stood by my side during the assault on the ship, and I could use her assistance going forward. Hieronymus nods in thought. Follow the call of your soul, sister. The Footfall reliquary will be preserved even without your contribution, as it was in all the years preceding your arrival. I know what it is that calls you to follow the rogue trader, Sister Argenta. You seek combat, for it helps you to forget how hollow and worthless our lives truly are. It offers the illusion of meaning. Perhaps you will relinquish this illusion one day, or perhaps you will die before that day comes. Regardless, I wish you luck on your new path. But before you start on a path toward your new destiny, I have a request to make of you and your companion. Many among my flock are from the poorest, most dispossessed people on Footfall. They've brought me troubling news from Footfall's shadow quarters. In the darkest corners where the liege's wardens do not venture, taint has taken root. Footfall is consumed by profanity, but even here, true heresy, serving the archenemy, is a rarity. The cultists who now dwell in the shadow quarters mark their abodes with the sun inscribed in blue and gold, and perform strange rituals in secret. The weak find solace in believing these reports to be rumors, but I well know that evil lurks all around us, and I wish to see retribution. I come across heresy surprisingly often these days. Indeed, dark times are upon us, and wretched souls grow ever more eager to embrace heresy, both on Footfall and elsewhere. Its foul buds are coming into bloom. Troubling news is arriving from many planets. There are whispers of wicked things taking place on Kiavagama, and just recently, a transport ship by the name of Navica, teeming with refugees, arrived on Footfall from Winterscale's realms. Their world was stricken with blasphemous sedition, and such was its severity that they had to flee to save themselves. The Liege refused to accept them, and so they headed for Foulstone, a desolate cloister of the righteous. It was wise of them not to linger in this den of vileness. Why don't you go to the Liege with this matter? I do not walk the paths pleasing to the Liege. Vladaeum is weak and riddled with worms on the inside. He seeks to please his Casbellica masters, those peddlers of relics in the unholy Xenos. We will verify this rumor. With great pleasure. I almost wish for the rumor to be true. My heart yearns to battle some heretics. This is where I bid you goodbye, sister. Nobles and Avatar, is there anything more you wish to talk about? What are you doing on Footfall? What am I doing in this den of blasphemers, pagans, and the vilest of souls, you mean to say? Well, Footfall is the first and last stop in the Coronis Expanse. It is the point of arrival for those who have just started on their path, and it is also where those who are reaching its very end return. Their souls wounded and bleeding, I embrace both the former and the latter so that they may cast an honest eye over their impurity. Furthermore, rumors from across the entire sector amass on Footfall. If I hear crewmen whispering about a reclaimed shrine world, or expressing desire to carry the Emperor's light into the darkness among the stars, I help my flock in their sacred duty. Devoted trailblazers need assistance, both spiritual and material, tools, equipment, even garments and simple everyday items, anything that might help pilgrims in their long journey and during their first days of the harsh frontier life. Is it worth its weight in gold to us? May any help you offer to the effort of gathering such things be blessed. The path of true believers leads into darkness, the search for worlds that have lost his radiance, steeped in depravity. Blessed are the deeds of those who give themselves into the void and the warp in hopes that their actions might bring light into darker reaches of the expanse and deliver a previously barren world into the Imperium's service. And all the more bitter is the realization that not all brave souls will succeed in their mission. Footfall still awaits news from the Wasteland Wayfarer, an ancient ark of a ship headed for distant stars. Her last astropathic message was sent from beyond the Cineris Maleficum, and the stars have kept her fate secret since. I bear another darker duty. The Expanse is filled with tainted creations of unholy heretics. These insidious objects are a danger to the soul, but I know what to do with them. Should you on your travels come upon dangerous corrupted objects, bring them to me, and the reward for your vigilance will be even more generous. The Drusian mission has much to share with the rogue trader. I'd like to take a look at what you have. Alright, so I can get the Sanctified Staff, which is the staff I'll be using for the rest of the game. It doesn't, I can get it now. And then I need 3 more Profit Factor to get the Heavy Bolter. But it gives me the Emperor's Wrath ability. Everyone adjacent to the target point suffers from 1 to 1 plus psi rating, so 2 in my case, times Psyker's staff power level damage. Damage dealt by this attack to allies is reduced by the target's resolve. So 2 times 12. So, what is that, 1 to 24 damage? In an AoE? It's pretty decent. Ah, yes, and it also has plus 15 willpower, plus 10 fellowship. Which is also very nice. So I will take all of this. What does the Enforcer's Helmet do? All targets of the taunting scream suffer a minus 14 penalty to their willpower against willpower tests against this ability. That will be nice for Abelard later, but not now. Imperial Scroll. The scroll grants the owner a 15 bonus to Lore Imperium. And the Bloodhound Staff is just whatever. Reputation. Holy Gifts. Jewelry. Chip components. So we need 5,000 to get to that point. Alright, so Holy Gifts. We have some of those. I will give those. And then I will give jewelry as well. And that gets us the Sanctified Staff. The Elite Chain Sword. And the Excruciator Maul. Is that a two-handed? One-handed. Huh. Alright. So I can use the Sanctified Staff. Over here, who is our Lore Imperium person? You are. And you can have that for extra Lore Imperium. That is a large bonus to Lore Imperium.
They say a little bit of humility never hurts anyone. I help others better themselves by wholeheartedly humiliating them at every step.
So this is... It says 4 to 8 damage? What? Oh. Why does it say 4 to 8 damage? That doesn't seem right. 1 plus psi rating. So 3 times... 12, 36. It is a 3-point veil degradation, but that's fine. And the fire stuff is still technically better at the moment. But it is nice to have. It is a nice to have.
Duty prevails.
The statue undoubtedly depicts Parsimus Dwayne, the legendary rogue trader who founded Footfall.
None shall stand in my way.
I better myself through my service.
In this mishmash of devices and cables, you notice equipment from totally different eras, some ancient, some merely old, and others hastily tossed together in more recent years. Alright, can we move our conversation to a place of more befitting of people of our rank? Why, for a missionary, his temple is the patch of deck beneath his feet. From where I stand, I can clearly see the life of my flock, all its bustling, blooming, and wilting. Here, I can see their vile urges, futile hopes, and flashes of sincerity. If I were in the habit of locking myself in a temple, would I have made it in time to intervene in the massacre of your subjects from Kiavagama? No. Truth resides not in the golden halls, but here in the square. Among the people. Golden halls are home to other, far filthier things. I do want to look at this heavy bolter. 6 to 10 damage, rate of fire is 12. Yeah, no, this thing is disgusting. I love it. I have a question about faith. My sermon planted the seed of faith in the heart of another rogue trader once. Incendia Corda. Perhaps you are destined to become my second fledgling. Tell me more about the Emperor. You think it is so easy to put into words his essence and splendor? The Emperor is the perfect deity that reads our hearts and grants us his light. He led humanity out of darkness and horror. He created our great home. He experienced torment and pain, which only made him stronger. That is a lesson to us all. Purity is not to be found at the bottom of the dirtiest hive or in golden palaces, but only among the ranks of those who suffer. Argenta silently makes the sign of the Aquila, her bright eyes burning an unyielding flame. This priest speaks the truth as a wise spinner would. As we accept the undying one's blessings, so must we accept pain, for it brings us closer to him. Hieronymus looks at Cabela calmly, without the fear that you have seen in many. He says quietly, a spinner of the blood-spun web. People have mentioned your cult to me in their confessions. My mission does not approve of your barbaric ways, which too often cross the line, and yet we respect the depth of your devotion to him. What is the proper way to worship the Emperor? Pray to him, destroy his enemies, and touch not their poisoned gifts. Cast aside all doubt and be vigilant against the weak souls beside you. When you see a sign of taint, burn it away without pity. Pain is good. It tears the crust of vileness from one's soul. And remember that if you see no fault in you or around you, then you are not being diligent enough in your search. Or you are being too lenient on yourself, averting your eyes from the truth. The Emperor's servants, who are they? You speak of the Adeptus Ministorum? Well, these heralds of his word hold great power. Every priest, myself included, is part of its hierarchy, and the ecclesiarchy possesses the unique right to judge what is virtuous and what is malign. The Adeptus Ministorum prays and cares for the temples. It sends missions such as my own to every corner of the dominion of humanity. It fights against heresies. I imagine it is very advantageous for the Ecclesiarchy to pose as a congregation of saints. Forgive me for not buying any of it. What kind of iconoclast answer is that? I will choose the dogmat. I'll choose the iconoclast option here. And rightly so. The Ecclesiarchy harbors plenty of covetous and power-hungry recidivists. They've forgotten what it means to be a shepherd. They've grown soft and sluggish. For too long have their souls and bodies gone without suffering. Many would consider your remarks about the Ecclesiarchy to be heretical, and many others would find them truthful. I am a preacher of a radical teaching that renounces fear. I've left the bounds of the blessed Imperium to carry his light into the darkness of the frontier. I've come to know depravity firsthand, and am now able to perceive it and under any guise. I think I can afford myself a modicum of truth. Who's the enemy of the Imperium? Has three faces. The inhuman Xenos, who wish death upon us simply because they are unlike us. The pitiful subhuman mutants, abominations that wish death upon us because they envy us and are ashamed of themselves. And the archenemy that reigns in the Immaterium, which wishes death upon us by its very nature. Tell me about Incendia Corda. Have you heard of Aspis Corda? Pirate, blasphemer, xenophile, and egregious apostate? Incendia is her heir, and a rarity among rogue traders. The protection of the Holy Warrant typically leads to the swift atrophy of conscience and pious dread, but not in Incendia's case. She relentlessly hunts down pirates and firebrands, and brings rebelling colonies to repentance, establishing strict discipline. The weight of her wrath is great indeed. The colonies she punishes are girded with the orbital rings of heretic corpses as a warning to the survivors. As her personal confessor and guide, I find no end to the joy her triumphs in faith bring me. Since when is orchestrating massacres a sign of virtue? They aren't massacres. This is a war on apostasy and treason. And in this war, Incendia Corda is inflicting grievous wounds upon the wicked. Thank you for the explanations. Tell me about yourself. Neither my past nor my present hold any secrets, but take heed when gazing into my heart, for many dark thoughts lurk within. What is troubling your heart? Bad omens, dark times have come, ships from the Imperium barely appear in the Cronus Expanse anymore, in Footfall's shadow quarters, taint thrives, and the people here are corrupt enough to succumb to it gladly. Rumors around the Expanse say that the accursed Xenos have grown bold and are rearing their heads. They attack ships and settlements, walk under the suns of Imperium worlds like kings instead of cowering in the shadows. What next? What adversities await us if such disgrace is happening already? There's more and more talk about how poorly things are going in the Expanse. Some days it seems I can't take 2 steps without hearing some peasants pontificating on the matter. Even if it is as dire as they say, the Von Valentius realm will not crumble under the blows of fate, no matter how devastating. Chin up, Lord Captain. This is no time to lose heart and lament your lot. Not only is your hope false, it is dangerous among his servants. There have been people of greater integrity who sullied themselves in their attempts to rise above the rest. Tell me more about the Drusians. We are a sanctioned imperial cult which honors Saint Drusus, scourge of the Baal Childer, bane of Xenos. Just as he once fearlessly ventured into the Calixis sector and spearheaded its conquest, so do we travel to untamed reaches and expand the Imperium's borders. We are pilgrims and scouts who descend into darkness of lawless sectors, and our eyes are inured to vice and filth. Just as St. Drusus found his martyr's death and was reborn in faith, so do we search for the purifying powers of trials and suffering. Read this, It contains the basics of our dogma. Perhaps you too will sense the truth in St. Drusus's words. Who was St. Drusus? He was a great saint, irrepressible, and decisive. Drusus served the emperor as a simple member of the guard, who fought in the glorious Angevin crusade and rose to the rank of general. It was a grueling conquest. The Imperium invaded the Calixis sector. Back then, a savage expanse populated by Xenos and heretics. Drusus delivered many defeats unto the enemies of humanity. He brought down the Twisted Kings on Akridge, liberated the planet Drea from the unholy dark daemons, and had many triumphs. But then they encountered a race of unholy Xenos, rivers of blood flowed. Rivers of blood flowed. Golgana Angevin died in his headquarters. The crusade was about to crumble. Then we received unexpected help from a foe. Also, sorry about that. Someone started talking to me in the house. I had to shoo him out of the room. The Xenos sent their assassins to the great Drusus, but the Emperor's will shielded his servant from the attack. Slain but resurrected through a miracle, Drusus asserted himself at the head of the Angevin crusade as its lord militant and saw the Xenos extermination through to the end. He brought the Calixis sector to accord and was proclaimed a living saint. The story of St. Drusus you know is completely different. I've heard accounts of St. Drusus that Drusus wasn't a guardsman, but an aristocrat, and it was contenders for Golgana's position who made an attempt on his life, and he didn't rise from the dead. The assassin just decided not to kill him. Well, of course you've heard that, but just consider for a moment whose words you are repeating right now, and the one who put them into your head. Do they mean the Imperium well? Think on it. Who were you in the past? A wretched fiend, blinded by my ambitions. I served in my home planet's Adeptus Administratum division. I was a shrewd and sly bureaucrat, and I soared to great heights, to the very chair of prefect. In 30 years, I turned my home from a withered fringe colony into a prosperous world. Our wealth grew as we bloomed. But the bloom was a veneer for rot. Opulence had depraved us, and luxury had seduced us with its sordid promises. The planet's denizens no longer wished to pray or work. They only sought entertainment and dangerous philosophies, 1,000 vile heresies, and 1,000,000 appalling vices, bred on my world like mold on a Nutribar. In these days, I saw with my own eyes the shameless ugliness of the soul. I repented of my hubris, left the position of prefect, and became a traveling missionary, and have been one ever since. As for my world, 20 years later, the Holy Inquisition consigned it to purifying flames. The Emperor is merciful for allowing you a chance at redemption. Who said I had redeemed myself? I doomed an entire planet to degeneracy? You think a decade or two of wandering with a mission is enough to atone for that? No, I'm a poor excuse for a shepherd in his eyes. Your words about the past are drowned in murky hues of sickly green, and your talk of the present falls in gray flakes of ash upon the shoulders of your listeners. Sorrow truly weighs heavily upon you, Reverend Hieronymus, and that is why the fire in your words is devoid of golden radiance. The faded flickers of teachings leave nothing but black soot on their souls. I have no more questions. I must take my leave.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Alright, what do we have over here?
The machine god grants me insight.
Victory awaits!
Alright. The heart of Footfall is a colossal statue of the Emperor carved from a single asteroid.
Because Baraka trades Xeno artifacts on Footfall. They're fairly blatantly at that. And the Ordo Xenos is in no hurry to rectify the situation.
Okay, there's loot to be had here.
It's about time!
And loot to be had here. There are goods here, which I think is just another letter. Yep. And then we can get the loot up here.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
Alright, Abelard, do your thing.
Nothing's impossible for this old officer.
I'm not going to go over there quite yet. Pascal, please.
Operation successful.
A new
Heck yeah.
challenge for me?
Anything good in here? Ooh. Unyielding Vanguard Boots. All allies in a 2-cell radius around the wearer gain a 40% bonus to resolve from the Unyielding Beacon ability, instead of the original bonus. I kinda like those. The Servo Skull Swarm gains 10 Fellowship and Intelligence, suffers no damage from area attacks. Nice. I like that.
Watching the lazy handle sacred technology breaks my heart. Figuratively speaking, my cardiovascular augmentation can withstand much more than high blood pressure.
What are your boots? You don't have any boots. I think I'm okay with this. Yeah, I'll take this. Why not?
I won't tolerate weakness.
thought I saw a shopkeep around here somewhere. Was it on this side? No. I'm just going crazy. Oh, here's the shopkeeper. Ah, he has nothing. Kinda figured, but...
None shall stand in my way.
I'm not going to talk to him yet. If I recall, he gives an iconoclast option that I want to take, but it takes profit factor. And I want to make sure that I get to 25 profit factor first, so that I can get the heavy bolter before I do anything that will remove profit factor.
It's about time.
The web serves.
I recall this fight being kind of sketch.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
But we shall see. The low hum of voices quiets, and a dozen gazes shift to you. The tall man with the shaved head is rubbing his hands together nervously. His opulent clothes are nearly bursting at the seams on his muscular body, and his expression is forbiddingly grim. Still, he's trying to put on an air of friendliness. Greetings, you must be... Master Fidelio? All the guests have arrived. You're the last on the list, and we couldn't, well, start without you. Your presence is absolutely vital. Play along. Of course I'm Fidelio. Please, ahem, we can talk later. Chaplain is about to begin. What is this tomfoolery? I look around. The gathering you found yourself at seems refined and respectable at first glance. The decorations and the attendees' clothes speak of wealth, and so does the location, which isn't far from the liege's residence. But you notice that most of those gathered are of rather imposing physique. Many of them have scars and military-grade implants. Several of the guests look like they are covering the exit. A few are clearly carrying concealed weapons. Your appearance has definitely attracted everyone's attention. Just about every guest here keeps glancing at you, and some are clearly watching your every move, even though they are trying not to show it. I wonder who this Fidelio is, and why they cannot start proceedings until he or she appears. Judging by the way that fellow with the list was talking about this individual, it's someone very important. But it's not a name I've heard before. I've never heard the name either. Alright, looks like it's time for ads. They play for 3 minutes every hour. Turns off pre-rolls and mid-rolls for the next hour, and I don't do anything during the ads so that nobody misses out on any content. I will catch you in 3 minutes. Alright, the ads are done. Let us continue. I joined the attendees. I want to see what this is about. Oh, what a terrible, sorrowful day. We pay our respects to the life and soul of Footfall Society, a loyal servant of the Imperium, a generous benefactor who spared no expense to keep the fire of faith burning, and an example to all future generations. The most noble and unforgettable Master Bellardo. This loss? The fussy administratum clerk speaks in a strained voice and keeps peeking at a paper with text on it. The speech drags on, blending into a monotonous cascade of praises of the late Master Bellardo. So let us offer a prayer to the Emperor for the repose of Master Bellardo's soul and the prosperity of his heirs. I now pass you over to our most reverend chaplain. And here you all are, you vultures. Let's offer a prayer then. But if you think that the Emperor or the messenger of his will, in other words myself, does not see into your vile souls, you are sorely mistaken. I wasn't referring to Master Fidelio. At least Dens himself wanted to see him at his funeral. But the rest, I know every one of you. And I wouldn't be astonished to discover anyone here who truly mourns his loss. Sorry, I would be astonished. There we are. So go ahead, pray for Bellardo's soul. Soon the flames will take him. A fitting end for a life like his. May the Emperor keep his soul. Without another word, Chaplain makes the sign of the Aquila and pointedly turns away from the attendees. There is an awareness check here.
Why? Haven't I studied hard enough?
Apparently not.
An expected result.
People definitely want Fidelio dead. You double over in agony as 1,000 razors seem to slice through your veins. The Amasec has been poisoned.
A new challenge for me?
Whoever prepared the body of the gray-haired man lying in the coffin, they did a good job. Even in death, he looks majestic. Abelard maintains a grave expression, befitting the occasion, until he sees the face of the deceased. He frowns, he peers at it with suspicion, then he gasps, astonished, almost dazed. Albeit, this is quite the meeting, if it can be called such under the circumstances. I take a good look at the deceased. The implants left in the deceased body speak of his high standing. Expensive tech is typically extracted from the dead, and only the most prominent and wealthy avoid this fate upon their death. Abelard, you know this man? Do I? I would tell you all about this man, but the words I'd use would be improper for a funeral. This, your lordship, is Jerrycan Dens, known back in the day as one of the most notorious pirates in the Coronis Expanse. They nicked him Jerrycan for his habit of having a jug or two of promethium on hand. He did love burning things. Oh yes, he was a menace back then. How long ago was it? 60 years ago? I was serving my last days in the Navy when news came of his latest attack. Well, well, there was a time when the sight of Jerrycan in a coffin would have been enough to make me dance, quite literally, by the throne. I would have danced a jig on the spot. But now, I don't know. No more jumping into the warp from under the cruiser's nose. You old beast? Who would have thought I'd be at your funeral? This is a very grand for a pirate's funeral. Is this normal for Footfall? Folks on Footfall are known to turn a blind eye to many things, but even the locals aren't so unscrupulous as to honor pirate scum a few paces away from the liege's residence. But no one has heard of Dens for so many decades, I barely recognized him myself, and I've seen his face on pics a fair few times back then. I assume he retired and started a more or less honest life under a new name. What was it they were calling him again? Master Bellardo? Now I remember, Reverend Hieronymus mentioned the name Master Bellardo in one of his biggest donors, as one of the biggest donors to the temple. Step away from the coffin.
Follow my lead!
The tall man who welcomed you at the entrance is shifting from foot to foot and keeps glancing around with a gloomy expression. He nods at you sympathetically. Master Fidelio? You never introduced yourself. I'm Dagon Othio. I was first mate on Denz's ship. Master Bellardo. Given the deceased's former occupation, I have a good idea of what role you played in his under his command. They used to call me Torch. He's Jerry Can. I'm Torch. Those were the days. How did Bellardo die? Badly. He went downhill real fast. Just a year ago, he was still living it up, storming the slum asteroids to shoot riffraff and mutants, and then all of a sudden he was done. His old wounds had caught up with him, and he had plenty of those, both from the old days and more recent ones, like when somebody tried to bump him off 12 years back, I think it was. We take our leave.
None shall stand in my way.
Master Fidelio, are you leaving already? I'm afraid you'll have to wait. Wait, yes, it's Footfall Station Services, see? They're carrying out a scheduled inspection of the life support systems. It won't take long. An hour, maybe 2. Let's see, Cass Bellardo here. A man of indeterminate age turns to you and sighs loudly. You can tell by his breath that he came to the ceremony after indulging in 1 or 2 glasses of strong drink. Master Fidelio, I've heard so much about you, and here you are at last in the flesh. We haven't been introduced? Pardon me. Cass Bellardo. I have the honor of being the only child of the deceased. You don't seem particularly grief-stricken over your father's death. If I was the one lying in the box, he wouldn't be crying his eyes out either. A son's feelings are complicated. I wasn't a good son. Old Dens wasn't a good father. But I do miss him. In my own way, yes. He always seemed timeless to me. Not just a bag of meat and ugly ambitions like the rest of us are. What did Bellardo die of? Age, debauchery, old wounds. By the end, my old dad was more implant than man, especially after the assassination attempt. People tried to kill him, you see, about 12 years ago. And what is it that you've heard about me? That you were very close with... forget it. I didn't mean anything by it. Just making conversation. Thank you for speaking with me.
See? Right there.
Alright. We disarm.
The Emperor favors me today.
And then we get some loot. Self-firing trap wasn't placed here by accident. Oh, I can actually head in here. You hear someone delicately clearing their throat. The source of this sound turns out to be the administratum clerk you saw next to the chaplain. His clothes are neat and impeccably pressed. His face, however, reveals extreme nervousness bordering on fear. My good Master Fidelio, I hope you're satisfied with the services provided by our establishment. He leans close and whispers, I beg of you, help me. But please keep your voice down. We can't let anyone hear us. It's a matter of life and death. What's the matter? Please understand, it's very difficult to get by on Footfall with my wages, and Imperial Regulation 4038L on post-mortal service workers on peripheral worlds directly prohibits the chief operator of the crematorium from leaving their workplace for any reason other than sleep, food, severe illness, and ministration of sacraments. Therefore, I am practically forced, to look for other sources of income that allow me to stay within the walls of this here establishment. I've set up a little, shall we say, enterprise. I replace the implants of the deceased with identical replicas and sell them to the right people when I have a shipment ready. I had just prepared the newest batch of superb, unique implants of the highest quality, but I got careless. I used my first sick leave in 4 standard years, and it was on that very day that Master Bellardo passed away, and his family was quick to organize a ceremony in our crematorium. I simply didn't have time to prepare, and now my container full of goods, it's in the furnace, and if you don't help me, they're going to burn it any minute. So you hid valuables in the crematorium's furnace? I've been hiding them there for 10 years now, and quite successfully, I might add. Only the richest citizens can afford the services of a crematorium, and sadly, they don't die all that often. Usually I sell the goods before the next body arrives. I got unlucky this time. Help me, I beg you. What do you need from me, and what are you offering in return? Ah, I will help you on the following condition. You see, I am most definitely Master Fidelio. I'm afraid I've misplaced some of my documents. If you make me a copy of everything you can find in the archives that has my name on it, you'll get your contraband. Of course, will do. You'll be most pleased with the results. Just help me for the throne's sake. Throne preserve you. Make it look like you're just, having a look around. It's a lot easier for you to wander into a restricted area without arousing suspicion than it is for me. Find the container. It's in the far corner. Get out and come back to me. I'll be waiting. Someone, possibly Fidelio, left a strange note in the book. Fidelia, the girl dressed in expensive clothes, raises her sad little face to you and says in a serious voice, "Hello. Who are you and what are you doing here?" "Hiding. I thought I was going to cry, and I didn't want anyone to see. My name is Adelio Bellardo. It's my grandpa in there, in the box." Argenta's face softens. She reaches out and gently strokes Adelia's head. "The tears will pass, Adelia. The tears will pass. The strength will return, and your courage will never leave you." Adelia tries to smile, then just nods seriously. "If you do not wish to be parted from your forefather, then sever his head, embalm it, and put it in your bed. Cabela, please! Speak to him before you go to sleep, and after you wake up. And that way, he will stay with you." What? "Where are your parents?" "My dad is Cass Bellardo. He's with the guests, and my mum ran away. They told me she hates Dad and Grandpa. I guess she hates me too. I don't know. It was a long time ago. I don't even miss her anymore. I miss Grandpa. He was the nicest. Have you ever heard the name Fidelio? It's someone my dad is very mad at, but Dad is always mad at everyone. At Grandpa, Mum, Dagon, Chaplain. Did your grandfather ever mention the word repentance to you?" "He did. That word kept appearing in our house, and nobody knew who wrote it. It used to make Grandpa happy when I was little. He always smiled when he saw it. But then later, when I was a little bigger and Grandpa was already old, it stopped making him happy. He was sad. He would just sit there and stare at nothing. And after that, when he got sick," she stops, her big eyes glistening with tears. "When he got sick, the writing started to scare him. More and more of it appeared. Repentance, repentance, repentance. even in his bedroom. One time, he pointed at the word and said something very weird about dead eyes and about cobras going to class. What did you say? Cobras going to class? Are you sure this is what your grandfather said? Of course I'm sure. When Grandpa was ill, I sat with him, and this one time he just started talking about cobras. I was sad, but it was also a little funny. Cobras get to class, he said. Abelard strokes his beard. Perhaps this is the old Navy officer in me talking, but I'm almost certain he wasn't talking about a snake, but a Cobra-class destroyer. Cobra going to class, you see? Maybe. Someone left something, or some strange words in the Book of Remembrance, as if they were from Fidelio. That wasn't your doing by any chance. Ah, that would have been a funny prank. But I don't play pranks. It was someone else. Maybe Fidelio did it. Very quietly. Or maybe it was someone who's not on the list. But also, someone nobody would suspect. Let's talk with the chaplain. I think they're the only person I have left to talk with here.
What advice do you seek?
Up close, Chaplain leaves an even stronger impression. A tall, burly man whose face and hands bear numerous scars. His entire visage seems to tell the story of many heretics who met their end upon their encounter with this adept of true faith. Chaplain gives you a friendly nod, but his gaze is intense, like he's trying to get a sense of who you are. Pleasure to meet you, Master Fidelio. I prefer to go by Chaplain. It is both my name and my occupation. You know, it's funny how despite being Denz's, that is to say, Master Belardo's closest associate and confessor, I've never heard of you. The man he chose to be his sole heir. I'm glad, of course, that the inheritance didn't go to any of the others, the vultures, but I'm still curious. Why you? We were especially close. Unsurprising, Denz did like remarkable people, and he knew how to get people to like him. Given your speech during the ceremony, I take it you're not fond of the other attendees. I'm a missionary of St. Drusus, and the truth of the Imperium speaks through me. So I see no point in pretense. All who have gathered here have one goal, to bite a chunk out of Denz's estate. Ambition and aspirations of wealth are not immoral in and of themselves, but it's just that I'm sickened by the thought that such a great man has left behind nothing but a pile of human refuse. His son is a drunk and a weakling. His friend Dagon, the one who greeted at you at the entrance, is a dim-witted brute with an incredibly bloated ego. His widow made off on the family yacht in the direction of the Maw, while his body was still warm, with an entourage of 5 brawny, good-looking young fellows. I'd like to believe that he didn't choose you as his heir on a whim, Master Fidelio. At least, you had the guts to come here, into a nest of vipers who despise you because Denz's money and property slipped through their fingers. I respect that kind of audacity, and so did he. A question, if I may. How was it that an ecclesiarchy missionary came to be a friend with an associate of a famous pirate? You know why they call me Chaplain? Because I was the priest on Denz's ship in his wilder days. If you're surprised, you shouldn't be. There are plenty of heretic scum among the pirates of the Expanse, but Denz wasn't one of them. He was a true believer, and he shared more of the Imperium's ideals than some of those stiff-necked officers. A leader with an iron fist and an iron will? Don't we owe our conquest of thousands of star systems to people like that? And the ones he robbed were mostly types with that no true subject of the Imperium would shed a tear over. Xenos, heretics, not all of them, of course. But the Emperor will judge if Denz was a decent man. On the matter of inheritance, when can I claim it? You just can't wait, can you? After the funeral, Denz will be delivered into the flames, and then we will announce his last will and testament, and you will officially come into inheritance. I have a strong suspicion that someone here wants me dead. You don't say. How can this be? Someone wants the sole heir of a tremendous fortune dead, in the place where all the other where the other contenders deprived of these riches have gathered. If you, Master Fidelio, are truly worthy of Denz's name, you will deal with these minor vicissitudes. Consider it this my blessing. The Emperor protects anyone who deserves it, that is. Thank you for speaking with me. I must go.
Victory awaits.
Alright. In we go. This could be a game over here if I don't remember how to do this properly. I think I remember how to do it. Athletics.
Experience. Nothing matters more.
The lid of the container automatically opens when touched. It is completely empty.
I won't tolerate weakness.
How do I...
The world is full of colors I have never seen before.
No, Tech use. Can you tech use this, please? You're supposed to...
Duty go hand in hand.
I don't remember how to do this. Shit!
I've suffered worse.
There's clearly something here that I'm supposed to do, but I can't... It's not letting me. Fuck. Alright, 1 second. I'm gonna look this up. Footfall... Crematorium. Select one character, shoot the floor.
We are the spearhead of the Imperium.
There we are.
Observing the loss of a unit.
Holy shit, that was way too close for comfort. They're on fire, put them out quick. The voices come to you through the dreams of something thick and foul. Your eyes are covered with whatever your unbidden saviors saw fit to splash over your head. At last, you can make out the silhouette of a vagrant dressed in rags leaning over you. He throws up his hands. Your lordness, are you alright? Did you hit anything? Any bad burns? You fell right through that there ceiling, and it's mighty high up. Who are you, and what are you doing down here? We live here? Is all your lordliness? You see, these are old tunnels. They dug them back in Parsimus Dwayne's times, right through the asteroid. It's a little stuffy down here, but it's warmer than up in the big palaces on the surface. And it sure is warm under the crematorium's furnace. They barely burn anyone up there, but they do fire it up often enough. And it's good for us. Sure, sometimes an odd smell makes it through the vents, like they're making a roast, makes your mouth water. But what can you do? That's the cost of comfort for you. You happen to know who Fidelio is? I mean, wasn't there that Fid lad used to live under the fifth void? And his hussy kept yelling all like my Fido, my Fidelio, Fid, same deal, right? How do I get out of here? Well, there's no climbing back into the crematorium for you. Look for yourself, it's all burnt and collapsed. But it's no biggie. There's only one way up there, so you won't get lost. First, you'll need to pull this big old lever to open the doors. It's by the busted pipe. That's where the lever is. After that, you just walk through the corridors, the shaft, the old warehouse, and there you are on the surface. Fact that the incompetence of the crematorium's maintenance staff saved our lives does not make their negligence any less egregious. I will register a complaint. Give alms. I'm feeling kind today. Here for your help with the fire. Oh, thank you kindly. Something to buy a bit of food with. Because, well, we used our soup to put you out, you see? And it was only 2 days old. I must take my leave. All the best on your journey and all. May the Emperor help you and guide you out. Alright, we have a head trauma, which sucks on her. Broken ribs here, which is shitty as well. Broken ribs here as well. Head trauma here. Ugh. That's my fault for not remembering how to get out of that.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
But at least we didn't game over yet. What do we have here? Melt of charge.
It's about time.
Alright, does this vagabond have anything to say? Negative. We're just stealing from the poor. You know, no big deal.
None shall stand in my way.
Stop. There.
Alright. What do we have here?
I won't tolerate weakness.
An athletics check.
That was a good idea.
Semi-autonomous tech familiar enabled. My competences are not that universal.
Abelard. Can we get,
Nothing's impossible for this old officer. A soldier would have been disciplined for such a performance.
Abelard, you're...
Follow my
Fuck
lead.
it, I give up. Horrible stench reaches your nostrils long before you see its source. A corridor where punctured pipes are disgorging streams of murky sludge in the distance. You see a lever that seems to open, or that opens the doors leading outside. The only way to reach it is by submerging yourself in the sludge. Too old for this shit. Ahem. Cassia brings the corner of a perfumed shawl to her nose. I think I'm going to be sick. I'll send Abelard in. I serve House von Valencius. Minus 30 fellowship. That's whatever. Oh, there are goods over there.
Unexpected result.
Pay attention.
Psi conductive frame. The Cyber Raven gains 20 willpower and plus 50% maximum wounds. That's nice if I had a Psi Raven. Plus 5 bonus to weapon skill. Also grants any equipped melee weapons 5% armor penetration and plus 2 damage. Alright. You. And then here we have... Try to break through the cavity.
This explorator is blessed with multifunctionality.
We say, succeeded. The cavity contains a staggering mound of packed trash. It appears it's been gathering here for decades, if not centuries.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
Fine, Amasek. Under the rubble, you find a small hollow, presumably from some worker's cache from the time of the station's founding.
Compared to naval service, that was barely a challenge.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Alright, I think that's everything. So we can now leave.
Watch out.
Ah, there's a trap. 90% chance to disarm.
Never doubt me.
Victory awaits!
Cool. We are now in a warehouse, it appears. Assortment of parts for void shield arrays. They look used, but still too new to be replaced. Stimulant injector. This item reduces wounds by 10%, but increases critical hit chance by 6%. Alright. And we have an auto gun here. Not going to be using the auto gun. I could see using the stimulant injector, though. You aren't getting hit often. You could use the stimulant injector. But I'd have to give up this. Who else could I give this to? Cabela is mostly doing damage over time things. And we don't want Cabela to have less HP. We don't want the Seneschal to have less HP. I don't want to have less HP. Why is my HP so low? Broken ribs. That's why. This might be useful at some point, though. Move it. I said move it. If the inspection gets to the circuit station before we do, I'll have all of you recycled. Yelling your brains out at servitors won't make them work faster. You know, another way to get the lazy brutes to shift themselves? Well, I'm all ears. If the inspection sees a circuit station without a unit, they'll go to Vladaim with this, and if Vladaim finds out, he won't mince words. He'll give us the old Casbelican severance, as in kick us out with the trash chute without a void suit. Simmer down. We'll be fine. Back in my transport days, I'd show the inspection the same production screen on 8 different sites, and I never got busted once. I seriously doubt that Vladaim's inspectors are any more diligent. They'll fall for one of our support unit on 3 circuit stations. They won't notice a thing. Better worry about selling the 2 units that we bar. Who the throne is that? This goes beyond a violation of the right of operation. It downright stinks. They must die. The Undying One has added their names to the catalog. Eliminate them. Cabela sighs gravely. I agree with your point, Priest, but I'm afraid that is not quite how it works. Hello, I'm Fidelio. Fidelio? I've no idea who that is. Believe it or not, neither do I. The 2 strangers glance at each other in disbelief and reach for their weapons. And just who are you and what are you doing down here? We're from Footfall Station Services carrying out scheduled maintenance. But you're not going to believe that, are you? You heard everything. I promised my wife I could go a month without murder. Too bad. I'd rather break my word than get on the Liege's bad side. Cabela turns to Pascal and smiles faintly. Now I can take them. Now I hear their names. I enjoy having Cabela around. Look, all I did was stop by a funeral and introduce myself as Fidelio. Because of this, some people have attempted to burn me alive, others have drenched me in swill, and now thieving utility workers want to murder me. This is starting to feel like a bad joke. Nah. Attack. You dare threaten one of Von Valencia's dynasty? You will pay for this. But, whatever. We'll worry about that later.
Take a knee and bow before me.
Alright. Argenta, you go there. Abelard. My Seneschal. You go there. I go here. No, I go here. Cassia goes here. Cabela. I see. Abelard, you go here. Cabela, you go here. And then Pascal. You can go ooh, wait, you have the heals now, don't you? Yes, I will have you go here. And your little servant guy can go here. That way, we're getting heals. Cassia. Who's next up? Cabela?
Me. If you insist.
I'll boost myself. I will Waking Nightmare to debuff a handful of them. I can apparently only get 2 at any point. And then we gaze.
If I may.
So, how many have we stunned? A handful of them. That stun is so dumb. Let's see. I need to start using these. Marks an area of 4x4 cells on the battlefield on the front line. All allies in the front line gain... Alright, back line. And then rear. I will go with... Oh. It's gonna be finicky and go like that, huh? There's no way to rotate it. Not that I remember. Also, apparently, she blew up her own cover.
I am a navigator,
That seems
not a servitor.
kinda common. Cabela. Let's attack.
As the tenants demand.
And then we hop to the other side. We blade dance. And what does this do? All enemies in a 4-cell radius immediately suffer an extra instance of damage from those effects. Alright, so we can slow 2 of them, blind 2 of them. Yeah, this'll be fine. Alright, I'll go with this. Actually, first... I use this to boost everybody's resolve. And then we could gain Master Tactician's Resolve, stacks of tactical advantage. What is my resolve right now? 9? So that would take me to 13.
Suits my
Does this injure me? No, it does not. Alright, and then we press the advantage. There we go. That's better damage.
Not a problem for me.
And then I can do it from here.
Nothing I can't do. Nothing of value has been lost.
Neat. Ow! Good lord, that hurt.
As the Emperor commands.
Alright, let's see here. We run and gun. And hope that this is enough to take it out.
Strike is a prayer. I'll do it.
We do Medicaid signal.
Abide in the host of blessed creations of the All-Messiah.
Alright, cool. We then do this. And we do... Do I do tactical knowledge here? I'm gonna do this, just to take this one out.
Messiah knows all significant value.
Cool. Then we have good old Abelard, who shall...
At your beck and call.
endure.
It will
Brace
be
for
done.
impact. Rush in.
Indeed.
Dodged, huh? Wall of Rockcrete.
It will be done.
And then taunt. Cassia gets to come up here. Cassia, do me a favor. Boost Cabela. And then give me an extra turn.
All too easy.
And I will Word of the Emperor again.
Already done.
How is the resolve so low when we have Word of the Emperor stacks? Does it just not show on the character sheet? Because it's a temp buff? That's not accurate, because these, the temp buffs from this show on the character sheet. That's weird. Alright, Cassia, you have 2 points left. I'm just gonna have you head up here and hit the 3 of them.
I have read tomes of military tactics.
Alright, we'll move here.
I will leave footprints of scarlet.
And then captive audience.
Trust me. As the tenants demand.
20. Alright, I think we can take this one out with where it hurts. And then we just slap.
As duty demands.
Yep. Huh, that didn't give a Blade Dancer charge. Ah, because they died from the dot, not from the attack. Got it.
Nothing I can't do.
We further boost resolve. Okay, no, it is showing here. It just, it's being weird. That's fine.
I don't have time for this. Forge ahead.
High momentum.
Alright, we come here. And then we
Thy
use this.
light I stand, and thy light I crave. Faith without deed is fabricated. Doubt is for the weak. I'll do it. None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
And there we go.
It's about time.
Pascal, you still have that fresh wound. Heck.
The dead know nothing, and neither do the ignorant. There is life in you yet. Use it wisely.
Integrity factor increased.
Hello? It didn't work?
I will mend the thread between body and soul.
My frail organics required it.
What torments you? There is life
Can,
in you
can you?
yet.
Thank you.
Use it wisely.
Integrity factor
It did not want to use that.
increased.
This is fine. Huh, they didn't actually use their stun grenade. Interesting.
I feel my age when fighting alongside such young warriors.
Indeed. While I have my navigator skills to call upon, you are, statistically speaking, far more likely to perish in battle. Oh, I mean, that came out wrong.
Cassia, old man, shaming poor Abelard. Alright, it is time for ads once again. They last for 3 minutes. I run them once an hour. They turn off pre-rolls and mid-rolls for the next hour. I don't do anything in the meantime, so nobody misses out on any content. And I shall catch you all in 3 minutes. Alright, the ads are finished, and we may proceed forward. I have to feel like there's something back here. Why else would this... The warehouse's visitor record. There are 2 different dates, but only 2 names. The rest of Footfall. Where does this place me? I hope I can head back to the ship and heal before I have to do the, inevitable fight that's going to occur. Cool. I can.
Follow my lead.
Yeah, pretty much everybody's injured here. Which is fine. We are no longer injured. The med bays took care of us.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
As soon as you appear, a dozen eyes and guns shift in your direction. The guests of the ceremony no longer pretend to be peaceful mourners. They are, however, stunned to see you. I don't believe it. You had the nerve to come back after your tumble through the flames? Listen, Dagon. I hate you. You hate me. But maybe we can set aside our differences. For the sake of our mutual target, so to speak. Finally, boy, you're showing some signs of being your father's son. Dens would never beat around the bush with rivals. Shoot their head off and be done with it. Anyway, I accept your proposal. We've tried killing you quietly, that didn't work out. So we'll just kill you, plain and simple like that. Plain and simple like. This is Footfall for Throne's sake. Bye-bye, Fidelio. I don't quite know how to explain it to you all, but I'm not actually Fidelio. Anyone would say that, looking down the barrels of a dozen guns? Again, people want to kill me without saying why? We don't care. Come now, Dagon. Let's give the man an explanation before his death. You see, Master Fidelio, my late father, Demons take him, Belardo, has bequeathed his entire fortune to you. Not to me, his only son, not to his first mate, you. So where does that leave us? You must die.
Submit, and you'll die quickly!
Are you ready to die?
Cassia, you're going first. Followed by those. Then Argenta. Alright, Cassia. I'm gonna need you to do some stuff here. Oh, wait. Argenta's not the next? Oh, shit. We have a lot going on here. Maybe I have her try and stun these. Then we have Cabela go and take these out. Yeah, I think that's the plan here. Cassia, you can... You can't be there? Why? Oh, because that person's there. That's fine. You can be there then. Cabela, you're going to be heading over this way to take care of these three. So that is entirely fine. You can be here for now. Abelard, you can be ready to go do Abelard things. Argenta. Let's see. So Cassia, Abelard, Argenta. It's just Pascal and myself now. Pascal, I'll throw here so that his servitor can hit us all. And I, myself, will choose to be... here for the moment. That'll do. Cabela
Me. If
gets
you
a buff.
insist, Lord Captain.
We do a debuff here. I can only hit 2 of them. That's fine.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
And then we... We want this to go on here.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
And then we want the rear to be here. Yeah, that'll do.
I'm accustomed to being ordered around.
Okay. Blow them up.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Are you stunned? Negative. Are you stunned? Also, negative. Alright, that's gonna be problematic. Are you stunned? Yes. I need to move this. To where Zone of Fear is, so that I can remember to use it. Because that would have been real nice.
Show me what you've got. Emperor, deliver us.
Alright, Cabela.
I shall not fail. Let your soul be purged. Death is a blessing.
There we go. One down. Then we jump here.
Let your soul be purged.
We Blood Oath this one.
Shadows will be done.
And then we strike them.
The other side awaits.
And then we strike again.
Trust me, killing brings me no pleasure.
Alright, Cabela, you're just gonna have to chill there for the moment. It's probably fine. You got rid of 3 people. That is probably sufficient for the turn. Oh, okay. Whew. Oh god.
Frighten me.
Hold on.
Every thread ends in.
Alright. Well, Cassia's down. That's not good. Alright, I will use tactical knowledge this time.
The scriptural prognosis is favorable.
And then I will use expose weakness here to hit 2 of them.
Request approved.
Let's get to it. Let's get to it.
This fight's scary, yo. Abelard, please.
As the Emperor commands, eradicated. Faith without deeds is worthless. Doubt is for the weak. Strike is a prayer.
Easy crits.
I'll do it. Time to slaughter someone.
I've suffered worse.
Abelard, can you not die somehow?
Try to die with grace.
You're supposed to be the tanky one.
Not a problem for me.
Let's see here. Yeah.
Nothing I can't do.
I need damage this turn.
All too easy.
Oh, I don't have sight on you? Okay. Now I do.
Let's see how they respond to this. Already done. Nothing I can't do.
Alright, and then I will move back here to be safer. Actually, am I in range of... I'll be here so that I get the healing. Abelard, I need you to not die like this.
I will do my duty.
How much HP do you have? 2? And do you have a lot of burn? Yeah, that'll be fine.
Follow my lead.
Alright, and then Abelard. You're only able to taunt the one. Technically 2, but... Yeah, I'll have you taunt. Alright, Cabela. Your turn to have fun here.
As honor ordains. I shall
and then...
not let your soul be purged.
Did that apply a captive audience? It did not. Huh, they must have just saved or something. I will Blood Oath here. And then jump. Oh, it didn't actually kill. Alright, we Blood Oath again. I can't Blood Oath that one again. Shit.
Caught by the web. My blade whispers your name. Trust me.
Damn, this thing is heavily resistant to bleed as well. Which kind of makes sense.
Time to prove my mettle.
Abelard might go down.
Running binary override. Request approved.
Okay. Argenta. Okay, that's the railing, not like a yellow health bar. I was like, what the hell? Cool. How do I not have Revel and Slaughter? Alright, I move here, and I begin the burninating after I do this. Maybe I should have pressed the advantage. Abelard, you have healed 10.
Victory
You
is
endure. You Wall of Rockcrete.
Back and call.
You slap. And you taunt.
It will be done.
Cabela. Captive audience.
As the tenant
Blade dance.
final weapon. My blade whispers your name.
And that's all we can do this turn. Damn, Abelard went down.
Running binaric override. The scriptural prognosis is favorable.
Alright, Argenta. What can you do here? Let's take this one out.
This is why I was chosen. I'll do it.
Alright, yeah, we'll just go with this.
Escape the Emperor's judgment. Show me what you've got.
I feel nothing.
Ow.
Fear nothing.
You didn't stand a chance! Suits my purposes. Nothing I can't do.
Alright, so how much damage does this do? 11 to 71. I see. So I could super high roll or super low roll. Still, it's more than, Ooh, it has a chance to hit, though. This does not. Well... Hear me out here. What if I...
Already done. Not a problem for me.
Alright. There's a real chance that I can kill this one.
Nothing I can't do. Opposing me was your biggest mistake.
There we are. Just a little bit of veil degradation added, you know? Cabela, why are you without movement points? What? Nothing here would indicate that you should be without movement points. Alright, I guess. That's kind of dumb. But so be it.
Advancing.
I think that sniper is all that's left here.
Doubt is for the weak.
And I'm just never able to use Revel in Slaughter, huh?
Let's get to it. Undying one favors you. Accept his gift.
Alright, that hurt a little.
A dance of blades and shadows.
My vow is to serve. Running binaric override.
I don't have much left here. I'm not fond of this.
The order is contrary to dogmatic protocols.
Argenta, what does this do? Using the weapon until the end of the soldier's turn. I'm okay with that.
Made manifest.
36, huh?
I'll do it. Faith without deeds is worthless. As the Emperor commands.
And then we'll go for
I'll do it. Doubt is for the weak. Each strike.
There we go. That was real close. Thank you, Argenta. Dagon lifts his bloodied face. Ah, it hurts. Caspelardo, the crematorium's going to have its hands full today? You've stopped shooting? Oh no, Dad? The chat, wonderful. This is a funeral Dens would be proud of. I treat their wounds. I'm not in a killing mood. Will do. I would ask that the esteemed guests to stay for a moment longer. We still have an important bit of business to take care of. Are we done with the firing squads? I would like to finally resolve the matter of Dens' inheritance, and after that, give him a proper send-off. And so, according to the deceased's will, all of Belardo's fortune goes not to his worthless son Cass, not to his brainless mate Dagon, but to Fidelio, the mysterious new heir. However, I believe a certain party would like to intervene in this process. Alright, I want to see how much profit factor this gives. Fidelio, Rogue Trader, profit factor. Decide to give the legacy to Amelia. Belardo is killed and can be looted. Get. Okay, this is not telling me anything. Alternatively, you can pick yourself as well. If you found Fidelio, BK would recommend picking yourself and having the chaplain. What? All of these guides are, like, in the most broken friggin' English. No, this is unreadably bad. Alright, maybe... Alright, I can give it to the child, it looks like. I had to go to the wiki to the profit factor page to look at a full list of profit factor and try and find this one. Because any guide for this quest doesn't say shit. The only one here who truly loved Dens is his granddaughter, Adelio Bellardo. She inherits his fortune. Also, how you doing, Wolf Fuzzies? The name on the will is Fidelio, but all his life, Den spat on laws. I think he'd understand. The old man, sure as throne, didn't expect this. The money is mine. Don't worry, sweetheart. Daddy will help you put your grandpa's riches to good use. Cass, have you finally gone deaf from all that drinking? The inheritance is Adelia's, not yours. If you make any attempt to coerce her, I, as Den's executor, will be forced to take steps. Oh, I see. All of you have it in for old Cass, huh? Well, I'm afraid you leave me no choice. What are you doing? I'm sorry, I promise I'll be good. I'll give you all of Grandpa's money. Shut your hole, brat. Listen up, all of you. Either the inheritance goes to me or I blow this one's brains out. I'm gonna count to 3. 1, 2... Repentance? Adelia? Sobbing and crying her eyes out, Adelia, smeared with her father's blood, is shaking Cass's lifeless body. Daddy, get up. I'll give you the inheritance. Demons take you, Cass. Threatening to murder your own daughter at your old man's funeral was a new low for you. You always were a useless waste, even in your final moments. What happens to the girl now? She's got no one left. Her mother ran off to the edge of the galaxy, and her father, well, you saw it herself. I'll look after her until she's grown up. I don't think I need to spell it out for you. Little girl with a tremendous fortune. Might as well paint a target on her forehead. If I take Adelia in, no one will dare to hurt her, courtesy of the reputation that my turbulent past has earned me. And if they dare, or do dare, while I'm at it, I'll also help her to not squander her whole fortune, maybe even earn something extra both for herself and you. I think the best investment would be a merchant ship. I'll teach her the basics of voidfaring, find some reliable suppliers, pull a few strings in the administratum, and just like that, she'll have herself a decent enterprise. We got 4 profit factor, which is what we wanted. I can tell you're an affluent sort, and I imagine you could always use the services of a robust, reliable supply network. Leave the paperwork and other formalities to me. I'll contact your subordinates myself. By the way, did that give me any... I can't tell. I wonder if it gave me any iconoclast for choosing the iconoclast option, because that's what I wanted. Examine the servitor. The servitor that was once a woman is kneeling, motionless, and showing no signs of life. There are 2 charred holes where the eyes once were. Some malfunction must have burned its brain from the inside. Its face bears a peaceful smile. Why did this servitor attack Cass? I think that's one of Den's house servitors. Cass brought them with him to the funeral. Could be a malfunction caused by some error during the servitorization process. Or maybe Den's, knowing his friends and family as the scum that they are, gave it orders protect his granddaughter. Who could say at this point? It takes care of the inheritance. What do we do next? I'd like to say goodbye to my old friend. The crematorium is a bit wrecked now, but who needs a crematorium? Den's loved having his enemies drenched in promethium and burned. They didn't call him Jerry Can Dens for nothing. I think it'd be a nice gesture to send him on his way in the same fashion. Thankfully, it's easy enough to procure a jerry can of promethium on Footfall. Fitting. Want to stay and watch? With pleasure. Let's get started. I can't believe this fight was the one that almost took me out. Everybody's so injured. Plasma pistol, we don't need it. We don't need the auto gun. We don't need leather armor. Alright.
It's about time.
Strikes and riots beget immediate reprisals. Remain vigilant of sedition and report treasonous activity.
A new challenge for me?
Cool.
Cast your eye there.
Efficient armored body glove. Alright, this is a better light armor than what I had. Nice. And a shredder shotgun. Alright, who wants that light armor? You do. Improved armored body glove to efficient armored body glove. 10% more armor. Alright, now we can leave this hellhole. Go back to the ship. Heal. God, that fight was painful. I can't believe Abelard fell, of all people. I need to get him more armor, it seems.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Alright. Argenta gestures for your attention. Rogue Trader, I would like to remind you about the Reverend Hieronymus's request. He asked us to search for a potential cultist den in Footfall's shadow quarters. Remind me, what was it that Reverend Hieronymus wanted from us? He told us to look for sun symbols inscribed in blue and gold. Hieronymus's congregation suspects certain suspicious individuals of heresy. And rumor has it that this is how they mark their hideout. You seem weighed down by something? What? No. Apologies, Rogue Trader. Being here on Footfall is difficult for me. It's a minor personal weakness, but I am as ready to fight as ever. It will have no effect on my combat skills. If something is troubling you, tell me. Perhaps I can help. I suppose I could share it with you, but the tale will be long, and I will have to start from the beginning. I wasn't born in the Expanse. I was sent here to be a guardian of a reliquary on Footfall. But my ship became caught in a warp anomaly, and although it lasted only days, for those on board, decades had flown by in real space. When at last I arrived on Footfall, it felt like I had been erased from time. No one was waiting for me on this side of the maw. The people who were supposed to greet me, who knew about my imminent arrival, had died. The reliquary that should have been mine to safeguard had instead been taken under the protection of Reverend Hieronymus and his brethren. They were more than up to the task. They had no need of my help. Footfall became my cage. I didn't know who I was or what purpose I had here. The way back to Calixis seemed like another trap. Even if I were to find a ship headed there, my sector, my order, they would have lived decades without me by that point. Whenever I'm reminded of those months spent on Footfall, it feels like I'm falling into a pit. I hope the rumors of cultists turn out to be true. I can't wait to prove with my bolter that the world and the Imperium need me. How and why did your stay on Footfall come to an end? Something must have changed? Yes, a sign, almost important. Showed me the right path. But it's not something I can speak of like this, on the street, in this den of malice. Let us be on our way. All I'll say is that on Footfall I met Lady Theodora and joined her. And that was the end of my languishing in this place. You know Footfall better than me. Do you think the rumors of heretics are true? There was a time when I'd have said it was likely a fabrication. One can say many things about the Caspelica mission and the other shady operators on Footfall, but even those thugs are loyal to the Emperor, and so they mercilessly exterminate outright heretics in their territory. But now, heretics have launched an open attack on a rogue trader ship, and a member of your dynasty, Kunrad Voigtveer, has turned out to be one of them. And Footfall itself is sinking deeper and deeper into madness. In these times of strife, I'm willing to believe in heretics who openly perform their dark rituals and brazenly mark their dens with sacrilegious symbols. We must get going.
I'm still new to the art of exploring.
I am going to go to the atrium real quick. I want to get that heavy bolter.
Victory awaits!
The industrious and the dutiful are the inheritors of the Emperor's grace.
Is it true that the pirate Dens Bellardo was your parishioner and that he endowed the Drusians with donations? It is. Over the course of his life, that reprobate had burdened his soul with many vile and egregious acts. His confessions were akin to a grand catechism, listing humankind's imminent vices and enormities. It was all the more painful for him to realize that of all the heinous acts he had committed, not one had been forgotten by the Emperor. Dens Bellardo was afraid of death, and that which would await him after. He hoped to atone for his misdeeds, yearned to convince, if not the Emperor, then himself at least, that he had been more than a conscious speck of malignant mold his entire life. Everyone deserves a chance at redemption, and it is true for miscreants above all others. The greater the transgressions, the more miraculous and wondrous the repentance. Alright. I need another 4K here. For getting to 2. Cost. Oh, I have another holy gift. And another jewelry. 2 more jewelries. Sweet. Armor is better than weapons, so we'll go with armors. I can't math. Alright, and then I need... What is this? Just 600 more? There we are. The wearer gains 15% bonus to damage against enemies that dealt damage to the wearer this round. Yeah. Oh. And we can grab the heavy bolter. And that is what we wanted here. Heavy bolter. If everything hits, it is... Let's see here. If everything hits, it is... what is that? 48 to 80 damage? As opposed to 18 to 25? And then if we use...
The Emperor sets my path.
Rapid fire first, then it doubles the burst. Yeah. This seems pretty okay.
Follow my lead.
Forget their duty are no longer duty. The idol.
Alright, now we can clear this area.
The Shadow Quarters. When I was last on Footfall, I used to take my weapon and wander this area, anticipating an encounter with a mutant or a bandit.
Why are your recollections of this so blue? And the more you talk about it, the darker the blue becomes.
We have a Zinch symbol. We like Zinch. Well, my rogue trader doesn't. I do. Zinch is good people.
See, right there.
None shall stand in my way.
As it should be.
Fake door is connected to a mine trigger. Who do I think can manage?
Your seneschal is always there for you.
Abelard. Oh, we can't actually open it. Lame. I wanted to go boom.
It's about time.
I like how the skull servitor just moves over to where loot is, so that I don't, like, miss it. Who holds a flamer like that, you idiot? We're almost refueled here. We'll show them how, or show you how it's done. I'm just not feeling it anymore, that's all. The guy is pretty much a cinder now. It was a lot more fun when he was alive and thrashing about. Alright, before I start that conversation over there, it is that time of the hour. Ads are going to play. They play for 3 minutes. I don't do anything in the meantime, so nobody misses out on any content. And they turn off pre-rolls and mid-rolls for the next hour. I'll catch you all in 3 minutes. Alright, the ads are done. And we shall continue.
I'll lay claim to the stars. Take a knee and bow before me.
I'll turn you into corpse stars.
Look at that. Here comes another training target for us. Fire it up, you lot. Cassia, you go first, always. So I'll set you there. And then we have Cabela and Argenta going next. Alright. Cabela, you can go here. Argenta, you can go here. Abelard, I'll throw you over here for the time being. I shall chill back here. I think all we have left is Pascal. Alright, Cassia. You're gonna buff Argenta.
If I may.
And then debuff these. And then you lidless stare at them.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Somehow didn't set this one on fire. So armor is increased for each adjacent ally. Okay. Cabela, you can come over here. And you want to... I never gave you the new sword, did I? The Elite Chain Sword. Huh. Okay, I need to remember to do that. That's fine. So you move there. You Blood Oath.
I bring mercy and retribution. An offering of blood. The other side awaits.
Cool. Then you run up here. You jump into the middle.
Blade and shield. Caught by the web.
And then you jump over here. Huh. You didn't get another jump for that. Ah, excluding kills made with death from above. I see. That's fine. You did work. You got 3 of them down. Argenta. Take them all down.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
That was less than I was hoping for.
I'll do it.
Let's make it quick.
Grenade. Uh-oh.
Out of my way.
Alright, we go Medicaid signal. And then we go relocation.
Abide in the host of blessed creations of the Undesire.
There we are. And then we poke our head over here. There we go.
Let's get to it.
Aim for the heart next time.
Let's get to it.
From the ashes, I will.
Oh! Alright, that guy's scary. I shall boost everybody's resolve.
Never wavered in the face of adversity.
Are you kidding me? I don't have vision on any of them from here? That's fine.
Forge ahead. Suits my purposes. Nothing of value has been lost.
Cool. And then I can head over here.
My tactics are flawless.
Here we go. Hold on.
Gabella, no!
I feel nothing. Fear nothing.
Of course, you end up with a crippled leg again. It's your favorite thing to get damaged.
The shadows will see it done. Trust me. Pulled by the web.
Let's make it quick. Out of my way.
A broken
Ow.
blade has no
Momentum.
Alright, Cinder. Time to try and debuff you as much as physically possible.
The scriptural prognosis is faithful. Request approved.
Oh, two of them went down. No. $5 to 46, huh?
Nothing I can't do. All too easy.
Oh, I like how it doesn't say how much damage it... Oh, there it goes. 12 to 129. Let's hope for big dick damage here. $118.
Suits my purposes.
Let's get to it.
Oh, nice. I can, Oh shit, I lost that. Never mind. This is potentially fine, though. We have Waking Nightmare.
I am a navigator, not a servitor. I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Move you that way,
Let's get to it.
so that maybe you can't reach.
As honor ordains. Trust me, killing brings me no pleasure. Death is a blessing.
Alright, how much bleed do you have on you? Not enough yet.
The shadows will see it done.
Dodge, huh? Where it hurts. Goodbye. Alright, now all we have is Cinder.
Running binaric override. Cogitation fails.
73%. We hit him with a little plasma.
Here we go.
Nope. He was able to reach.
Help me, Lord Captain!
Let's see how they respond to this.
Man, the fights here are really making me struggle. $52 to $82.
Already done. Not a problem for me. You didn't stand a chance.
There we go. GG's. Bella,
Shadow.
come here. I have a sword for you that I keep forgetting to give you. Elite Chainsword. And then the Spinner's Blade. There we go. We actually have damage now.
A new challenge for me.
What does Cinder have? Thunder Hammer. The Thunder Slam. He has Fire Blessed Carapace. Oh, this is actually like the first really good medium I've seen. Holy shit. +2 deflection, plus 20% armor against fire damage, as well as immunity to burning. This is just absolutely nutty. Note found on the body of Cinder, and Anver's leader mentioned a location. Apparently it's near the Adeptus Amesicus. The turnoff is visible from the bar's entrance. Alright. So who's getting that medium armor? Pretty sure it's going to be Abelard. Ooh, wait. He lost deflection. The +2 deflection is only to fire damage. Okay, I gotcha. I don't think the 5% armor is worth 2 flat reduction. So, in that case, who wants a medium armor? What are you wearing? +2 to tech use? Oh man, this medium armor is so good, but I don't know who I want to put it on. You only have 75% dodge, so maybe it's fine on you. What are you wearing? +5 agi. Ah, man. Hmm. %95 dodge. 50% of average enemy attacks in this chapter. 21%. I think I do get rid of this finally. I don't have much dodge to begin with. Yeah, that's fine. I just hope I don't get hit.
Let us see what I found.
Pay attention.
Where's the option to just get on my ship? Alright, we are healed. Oh, not Lord Captain's quarters. We want to go this way. And then to the Shadow Quarters. Cabela's been doing a lot of work for me, but outside of bosses, she doesn't feel obscenely OP.
Follow my lead.
There's just some goods hanging out back here. We take those.
Operation successful.
Stop! There!
We clear the rabble. Or rubble.
Nothing's impossible for this old officer.
And we get goods. Ooh. Indomitable Rage. The Cyber Mastiff gains plus 10 weapon skill and deals plus 100% more damage. When the Cyber Mastiff hits the apprehended enemy, the Cyber Mastiff gains a stacking plus 8 bonus to strength for 1 round. Neat. Part of me wants to try some sort of meme grenade build at some point.
What is that?
Pardon me as I sneeze. Ugh, okay.
It's about time.
Cast your eye there.
Fortune smiles on us. An ill omen.
Here we have goods. And it'll bring this
What a
check.
shame.
She doesn't care about either of those. I don't
None
care.
shall stand in my way.
We should deal with this.
A new challenge for me?
Alright.
Follow my lead.
I'm going to go do something that I almost forgot to do. We come over here to the Carnival Barker. This young man is clearly making every effort to look dapper. His fashionable clothes are practically new and his hair is well groomed. What ruins this impression is the poorly scrubbed off oil stains from his leaky implant and the fit of his jacket, which was clearly made for someone else. Come one, come all. See for yourself the best collection of live Xenos on Footfall. What kind of collection is this? Dangerous, vicious, ruthless Xenobeasts, caught red-handed as they were attempting to commit evil against the Imperium. But right now, they're harmless. Our cages can withstand their rage, but I wouldn't recommend getting too close. Lord Xenos succeeded. These aren't Xenos, they're mutants in makeup. The man's smile dims, but only for a moment. Not Xenos, you say? I'm sure there must be some mistake. I will check the shipping list myself, rest assured. Alright. I will buy all the captives from you. His words are oozing with greenish-yellow hues. I do not think the promise will be kept. Such entertainment is lucrative precisely because billions of Imperium subjects have never encountered a Xenos in their life. Ignorance and curiosity create colossal demand. That's what I was taught, and I can see that the lesson was truthful. I will buy the captives from you. I lose 1 profit factor, but I gain 5 iconoclast. That can be done. Very much so. The entire collection will cost you a tidy sum, but you're free to take them away right now. There we go. I just wanted my iconoclast favor. Man, it's 200 to the next rank, huh? What does this net me? Ooh. Yeah, no, that one's real nice. I want that.
Victory awaits.
And I may as well go heal Cassia. No real harm in it. Takes like 30 seconds-ish. We can go to the shadow quarters.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Alright, shopkeeper. They have anything to say? Nope.
Halt. I noticed something.
Where is that? Is there another layer further down? There is, I think.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
My warp sight reveals something.
The shadows reveal their secrets.
To the cultist's lair.
Nothing escapes my sight.
A new challenge for me.
Let us see what I found.
Oh, dear God. Argenta.
Join me in prayer. Let's proceed.
75%,
Duty
huh?
prevails.
Thankfully we got it.
See? Right there.
85%.
I better myself through my service.
None shall stand in my way.
And another 75%.
Never doubt me.
We're getting kind of lucky here. I don't know if I like that. Open the doors for us. The edge of daybreak. The edge of daybreak. And we have a little Zinch guy.
I won't heed your cries of mercy.
Come to chaos!
Okay, the pink horror goes pretty quickly. What does it have? Taloned hands, ethereal flames. Alright, Cassia. You know the deal. You go here. Actually, you can go here. Argenta, you can go here. Actually, Argenta, I'll have you go here. Abelard, I'll have you go here. I'll chill over there. I have long range on my stuff. So now we have Pascal and Cabela. Cabela, you go here, and Pascal, you go here with your servitor going there. Actually, here. Let's buff Cabela. I feel like Cabela could do some good work here.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
And then, since we grouped them all together...
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Ow!
As the Emperor commands, I act. Doubt is for the weak.
Argenta just kind of shredding all of them.
All too easy.
All right.
Suits
I
my
will
purposes. Nothing I
damage
can't
myself to increase my damage.
Nothing of value has been lost.
And then we go again.
Already done.
Easy. And then I'll use this so that I can use run and gun again next turn. Pascal, Medicae signal. And then you do everything you can to neuter this.
Request denied.
Alright, Cabela. You have a job.
I shall not fail.
And it is to absolutely shred this thing.
Trust me. As on my blade whispers your name.
Okay, what do we have here? It is immobilized. Debuffed a fair bit. Abelard. Are you able to charge from there? Yes, you are. Alright, Abelard, you come up here and you slap this one. But first... Actually, that won't kill. Okay.
At your beck and
So we endure.
It will be done.
We taunt.
Victory is imminent.
What? Did it parry? Oh no, it's just dead. I just didn't realize it. Oops.
It will be
Oh, well,
done.
that's fine. This thing's taunted. Right? I don't actually know if it is taunted. That's fine, probably. Cabela. We want Waking Nightmare to neuter them.
Not a servitor.
Then we will buff me.
If you insist, Lord Captain.
And then give Cabela another turn. Okay. Okay, it kinda decided to waste its turn. So I'm okay with that. And we'll switch over to the sniper rifle here, so there's no friendly fire.
Faith without deed is worthless. I'll do it.
That's fine.
Nothing I can't do. Not a problem for me.
Alright, 56 to 86 damage.
Nothing I can't do. Already done. Suits my purposes. Nothing I can't do.
Oh yeah, I did a chunk of damage there.
Request approved. Running binary override.
And Cabela.
Trust me.
Just a little bit of damage.
I shall not fail.
How do they both have 0 bleed? How does that work?
As the tenants.
No, the servitor! That's whatever. We endure. We charge. Get parried, apparently.
At your beck.
And we'll taunt. Okay.
Me?
We'll buff
Can I assist you,
Abelard.
Captain?
Give an extra
If
turn
I
to
may.
Cabela. This is gonna hit Abelard too, so I'm just gonna captive audience into a regular hit. Yeah, that's fine.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Okay, we move here, so we have a clean shot through.
As the Emperor commands, I act. Doubt is for the weak. I'll do it. None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
There we go. That fight was pretty chill compared to the previous two. Argenta rushes to the last living cultist and silently, furiously punches him in the face. Blaspheming heretic. Who were you praying to? I know those words. That call to a lore Argenta doesn't get to finish. The cultist, having dropped to his knees, interrupts her with grating, rasping laughter. Of course you know them. I recognize you too, lackey to the corpse on the throne. Haven't you already experienced the power of the true God? Didn't you flee from us, shedding tears? Argenta recoils as if from a blow, but then steps forward, grabs the cultist by the scruff of his neck, and makes him look into her eyes, burning like embers. I'm one of the Adepta Sororitas, and I have never, not once in my life, fled from heretics and betrayers of humankind. Argenta, wait, that heretic must be interrogated. What do you want to know? Servants of the Corpse Emperor? The names of my brethren? How many of us there are? Where we are? I will tell you myself. We are myriad, and we are everywhere. Soon, very soon, you will hear our voices. And when you hear them at your back, so close you can feel our breath, then you will know the power of the true God. The Undying Emperor is the one true God. You will soon learn this when you face his harsh judgment, as will all your accomplices. Just how many of you vermin are there? First Reichid Minoris, now here? Pascal pulls out a number of instruments out of his robe. You would bet your life that the purpose of these items isn't to disassemble machines, he says casually. Should you encounter difficulties during the information extraction process, I would recommend precise targeting of ganglia. The cultist chuckles arrogantly, but pales under Pascal's calmly probing gaze. How do you know Argenta? Have you seen her on Footfall before? Not on Footfall, in another place. He flew right in, like a bird into a snare. Argenta is staring at the cultist, her eyes wide. As if against her will, she whispers two words. Salus Prime. Argenta, what is he talking about? She snaps out of it, as if emerging from a reverie. A planet, a place. It doesn't matter. I know these heretics. I fought them, and was gravely wounded. But I swear I never turned from them and ran. She turns to the cultist, her eyes filled with cold fury. If you truly have seen me on Salus Prime, someone among you must know a way to get there. Do you have your own ship? A navigator? Answer me. Ships and maps, roads and doors, we have them all. But our paths are not for you. The true God spins his web, and you are all but a fly caught in it. But where is the spider? I need something more coherent. Rogue Trader, we won't get anything from this madman. As for my part in this story, I will tell it, but not here, not in his presence. Who or what is this true God you keep mentioning? You will know in time. The cultist gives you a wicked smile, painted with the fresh blood on his lips. End him, Argenta. You can kill me, servants of the Corpse Emperor, but you can't stop the victory of the true God. The edge of daybreak is nigh, and the hour of his triumph approaches. Silence hangs for a minute. Then Argenta turns to you and shrugs nonchalantly. That's it. We've filled Reverend Hieronymus's request, which means I am now free. I can continue my travels with you, Rogue Trader. Before we leave this den, let us round up what remains of the blasphemers. I would like to cleanse this place with purifying flame, but perhaps we can find clues that might tell us where these heretics came from, or if they have any associates. We need to talk, but it can wait. Let's meet on the ship when it It's time to depart Footfall. So what do we have here? Heavy leather? Cultist Hood requires heretical. Once per turn, when the wearer uses a psychic power attack, they either restore 2 AP or take 10 warp damage, with a 50% chance for each of those effects.
Follow my lead.
Let's open this chest. Bowhammer. Yeah, we don't need that. Sororitas boots. The wearer raises momentum to 175 when they kill 5 enemies in a row in 1 turn. Alright, that is very nice. What boots do you have, if any? None. Perfect.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Just making sure there isn't anything hidden for me to find. Cool. We have 3 people with fresh injuries. That is fine. Gonna head up here. And go turn in the quest, I think. I think we can do that. The Emperor protects. Your request has been fulfilled. The cultist's den in the Shadow Quarters has been cleared out. Oh boy, a whole 200 reputation. I hope that their suffering was commensurate with their deeds.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
What do I get next level? Alright, I get some good shit this next level. I really want 18 now. Alright. It is time for ads again. They play for 3 minutes every hour. Turns off pre-rolls and mid-rolls for the next hour. I don't do anything in the meantime, so nobody misses out on any content. And I will catch you all after the ads. The ads have finished. And we continue on.
Victory awaits! It's about time.
There has to be something in this area, right? Otherwise, why would it be here? Extermination Brigade Sergeant. What are you doing? Greetings, sir. What brings you here? Did you want to watch us break our backs out here, eh? Footfall Utility Crew 3 is proud to work for the good of the denizens and guests of the station. Just burning rats, and some trash, and some parasites of other sorts. The district's under quarantine, you see? It got hit by something nasty, a disease. Or maybe it wasn't a disease, just some bugs and worms what crawled out of some ship or other. It is a bit odd that it happened here and not at the docks, I'll grant you. Things like that usually start there. They even spray the place with some gunk to kill all the bugs and worms. But I guess something slipped through. 2 families in that block way over there snuffed it, and the Liege wasted no time getting the district surrounded so that nobody could leave. So you don't exactly know what happened in this district? Disease, bugs, or something else? No, we don't. And we don't want to find out. If something nasty's cropped up, the right move is to contain it and kill it with fire, not to go in and see what it is and why it's there. How exactly did the victims die? Who knows? They found them in their hovels, already dead, blue sores on their bodies, and they stank something awful, which is why the lot of that found them didn't even risk looting the corpses. Good on them, I guess. Doesn't mean we let them out, of course. What measures have been taken to deal with the problem? You're looking at them? We stand here, burn the foulness, and we've got people standing guard so that no one escapes. Put some mines down, a whole load of them, for the same reasons. The water, the sewers, all blocked off, to stop any communications getting out. The air is open, I suppose, but the foulness doesn't seem to be airborne. There haven't been any strange deaths outside the district. Are the people trapped in the quarantine zone being provided aid of any kind? Of course not. I mean, I heard Reverend Hieronymus has been praying for their souls, which sounded more like retribution fell upon them, and rightly so. That's the most they can hope for. I wish to enter the quarantine zone. No dice, not gonna happen. We're letting no one in. I'm telling you right now, bribes and intimidation won't work on me, so don't even try. You can file a petition with the Liege if you're so desperate, but my advice to you would be to go on your merry way. The Void's got plenty of nasty, dangerous holes, and you don't have to die in this one in particular. You'll go on in and die, and that means I'll have more corpses to burn. Alright, we'll head up this way. Oop, Lore Imperium check.
Duty prevails.
Under a layer of rust, scratches, and ancient paint, the silhouettes of long erased letters are barely visible. Undoubtedly, in the past, this filthy sign was adorned with the proud name of the bureaucratic heart of the entire Imperium, Adeptus Administratum.
A new challenge for me? I won't tolerate weakness.
Nope, not there. I thought I remembered there being like a almost hidden passage somewhere around here, but I guess maybe not.
None shall stand in my way.
The Martyr's Endurance.
Oh my, this place has so many colors. Every shade I can imagine is floating in the air.
Alright, let's try this tech use.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
Under the floor, you can see the remains of the void ship's life support system. Seems that whoever dismantled the vessel decided just to leave it in place.
I'll lay claim to the stars. We need to investigate.
Medicae, 96%.
Just as he ordained.
Stuck to the plates are lumps of sawdust, toxic waste that is sometimes passed off as ordinary nutritious starch.
Operation successful.
Haros.
Experience. Nothing matters more.
The decanter used to contain a cheap amasec, which, for the sake of attractiveness, has obviously been enriched with a deodorizing agent. Leftovers, pitiful food are stuck to the sides of the plates. Octaviana. The burly woman with a wealth of fiery hair is in the process of tinkering with some unknown device that is clinking melodiously. She has a rough-looking implant in place of her lower jaw, As you approach, the implant begins to move, as if independently of the rest of her face. Welcome to the Adeptus Amescus, sir? What can Octaviana get you? Amasek? Low? Something more interesting? She freezes in place. It can't be. Are you Sister Argenta? The Sister Argenta? The one who has the worst scum on Footfall shaking in their boots? The whole station is talking about you? And here you are, in the flesh, in our humble Amescus. Argenta stops Octaviana's torrent of adoration with a calm gesture. No more. I seek retribution against transgressors, not glory for myself. Despite her words, you catch a glint in Argenta's eyes. You can tell she's enjoying the enraptured attention. Octaviana's expression changes dramatically when she says, Kibala, you there. You should know that if I see one dead body around here, I'll have you thrown out of my bar with a hole in your head. Your kind doesn't scare me, and I'm not about to let you ruin my business by leaving corpses all over the room. You being here is already making half my clients feel less thirsty. I have heard your threat. Do not fear. If I must kill someone here, you will not find the bodies. What is this place? You're in the oldest watering hole on Footfall, sir. The Adeptus Amescus is the only Adeptus one can find on Footfall. I'm Octaviana. I serve drinks, lend an ear, and if it comes down to it, quiet the rowdy ones. Folks usually come to the Amescus for either pleasure or business. Might I ask what brought you here? It's been one thing after another lately. I figured I was due for some me time. Give me a splash at the local hooch, would you? Octaviana looks at you closely, then takes a bottle from a shelf and uncorks it. The transparent, pungent-smelling liquid quickly fills the glass that sits between you. Pascal's respirator hisses quietly, and he says in an insinuating tone, the alchemical composition of this substance is known to me, but never before have I come across such an unusual application. An exquisite path of martyrdom in honor of the Omnissiah. I'll take a good look at it. The glass contains a liquid that is clearly made from spent promethium. This is moonshine, virtually unfiltered, that quickly blows the drinker off their feet, and when imbibed regularly, turns their liver into bubbling sponge. Is this your attempt to poison me? Pardon me, but you were the one that asked for the local hooch? It's the best homebrew you can get from the tech riffraff on the lower asteroids, locally produced, high octane number. Footfall's got no greenhouses or fruit orchards, sir. The people here get by with what they have. YOLO? We failed. Once inside your mouth, the drink seems to turn to acid. The liquid sticks to the lining of your throat and tries to burn right through it. You cough violently, covering your burning mouth, leaving a few drops of blood on your sleeve. Don't have mercy. Are you alright, sir? You shouldn't have ordered the octane blend. I've got something else set aside for folks with a more refined palate. An opened bottle from under the bar and a clean glass. The amber liquid splashes against the crystal walls as she adds in a couple of black pebbles. The soft, spicy aroma tickles your nostrils. The amasec warms your throat pleasantly. You can make out a hint of spice, the flavor of an oak barrel, and the distinct earthy aroma. You feel a little more at peace, and you reach the bottom of the glass sooner than you'd like. No doubt you've picked up a lot of local knowledge, working in a place like this. Do you know anything about the Anvers gang? Gives you a searching look, then answers in a lowered voice. Maybe I do know something. But let's not shout about it to the whole bar, alright? I'll be here long after you walk out of this bar, and the Anvers respect no agreements, laws, or other gangs. You look at them the wrong way and you're dead. Anyway, to the point, those Anvers are scum among scum, the most unhinged goons you can find on Footfall, and even other unhinged goons want nothing to do with them. They have no hierarchy, no territory, nothing. Only a nameless leader whom most of the Anvers haven't seen once. This leader sends them leaflets with inspiring messages. Followers are recruited by other followers. The liege tried to bring them into line, but it's like this. You clear out one group, and in the meantime, 5 more spring up elsewhere. Like I said, no one knows who their leader is, or where this leader operates from, but here's what I've noticed. The most recent Anver leaflets, the ones so fresh you can still smell the ink off them, always show up in the same area in the big slum asteroid. Let me show you where it is real quick. She uses drops of liquor to draw a basic map right on the bar. Right around here. I'm positive they're printing their little poems somewhere in this area. Odd name, the Adeptus Amescus. Not very reverent. What makes you say that? You know where you're standing? On the deck of the Martyr's Endurance, a sacred vessel that once belonged to the Adeptus Administratum. 100 years ago, the bureaucrats sent a mission here to establish a department, set up some kind of record-keeping, overhaul Footfall, and make everything here follow 1 billion laws to the letter. As you can see, it was the Martyr's Endurance and its inhabitants that got overhauled in the end. I don't know what happened to them, but the locals like to come here and to make deals and count their money like before, in this temple of the Imperium's accountants. Over there, you can see even the sign's been preserved partially. Great place, and the name fits perfectly. You like it? I'm flattered. It's not often that we get important visitors here, and even less often that they really appreciate this place. How are things on Footfall? Haven't been to our fine station for a while, have you, sir? As per usual, there's never a dull moment. Either someone's getting shot in a square, or some rich guy's going on a safari to hunt commoners in the shadow quarters. Sure, the liege makes sure that the local shenanigans don't get in the way of business on the station. But what happens on the outskirts adds a little spice to our lives. We make do, but the real trouble is, with every passing day it gets harder to find grub. I heard that some horrors are happening in the void outside Farabundus, that not all ships are making it here, and the liege's old patrons don't seem to be in a hurry to help. Taking a toll on Vladaim's authority, and if his authority wobbles too hard, they'll have plenty of people lining up to take his place. Give me something strong. I'm sorry, sir, that this was the last bottle of that year. What can I say? We're all feeling the brunt of Footfall shipment problems. Give me the latest. This one might interest you. A tale I heard from a tipsy Voidborn from a cargo barge. They exited the warp halfway between Farabundus and the Avioris system and came upon a shuttle wreck adrift. The shuttle was registered to the Inevitable Triumph, a merchant ship that disappeared decades ago. She was bound for Footfall. Her cargo holds brimming with valuable goods, but she never made it. If anything, had all survived the shipwreck, it could be quite the lucky find. Here's another tidbit for you. Some poor sot was here bawling about how his crew tossed out a whole shipment of cargo along with the trash, and it was his fault somehow. He hid the fact, and once they docked at Footfall, he immediately went on the run. No surprise there. Had they discovered his blunder, he would have been executed. I don't know what sort of cargo it was, but the ship he served on usually goes between Footfall and Winterscale's realm. She passed the 100 Dreams Crossroad and Langren's Belt. If you happen by that area, you might want to look for whatever that idiot chucked overboard. That'll do for now.
Follow my lead.
Borde Skadov, the flabby man in worn clothes, is sighing sadly over a glass of murky booze. Only when he looks up at you do you notice his eyes, large, piercing, and full of sorrow, a stark contrast to his unkempt appearance. Could it be that someone actually wishes to keep me company? Allow me to introduce myself. Borde Skadov, architectural historian. You look deeply despondent over something. What happened? Corday sighs heavily. Here I go again, pouring my heart out. You disappear in 10 minutes, just like everyone else before you. But alright, here's the story of Corday Skadov, the unluckiest historian in the Imperium. I was born 2 sectors away from here. My family was quite influential, which allowed me to dedicate myself to my great passion, the history of Imperium architecture. I spent a number of years studying every scholarly work there was to find on this art, and then, once I had inherited my family's fortune, I traveled and documented the development of architectural thought on different worlds until one day, oh, that accursed and blessed day, until one day I came into possession of something quite special. Corday pulls what looks like a book or album with a homemade leather cover out of his bag. Both the pages and the binding look well worn. Here it is, my undoing. This is an authentic booklet titled Dwayne's Design, one of the thousands that were printed centuries ago in the times of Footfall's construction. What a curious read. Please tell us more. Footfall's founder, Lord Parsimus, was obsessed with his creation's grand future. This booklet describes in detail what Footfall was meant to become upon its completion. Dozens of asteroids turned into glorious palaces and temples, massive bridges spanning the void itself, and the marvelous flying buttresses, the archivolts of... had a yawn. The archivolts of the exterior arches, the elegant arrangement of balusters, and the interior, Polyphorus, 10 stories tall and more than a kilometer long, cyclopean light tubes that catch the light of Farabundus and use it to brighten the halls and the hearts of the asteroids, stained glass windows and mosaics, bas-reliefs and statues. Engrossed in his own description, Corday stands up and starts tracing the outlines of arches and galleries with his hand. We keep listening. Emerging from his reverie, he catches himself, blushes slightly, and loudly flops back onto his seat. I apologize, I got carried away. But you must understand how deep an impression this booklet left on me when my young self picked it up. I simply couldn't think about anything other than Footfall. I was ready to give my life just to see this incredible station. And of course, no matter how hard my friends and loved ones tried to dissuade me, I still gathered all my savings and set out on a journey. It's no easy feat to cross 2 sectors, especially for a common citizen, albeit one who has some resources at his disposal. I had to change one ship after another, at times being forced to stay on transfer worlds waiting for a vessel headed in the right direction, or for warp disturbances to subside. The voyage took me a total of 107 years in real space-time. Of course, for me it was much less than that, somewhere in the neighborhood of 30 or 35. And then, after all those years, having spent all my savings, I reached my dream. And what did I see? A dump, in place of the exquisite portico. Metal anthills clinging to columns, the marble tiles pilfered by paupers to use as cladding for their hovels. It's been a dozen years since I came here. I still haven't recovered from the shock. I had suspected that not everything from the booklet would exist in reality, but I never expected to see Footfall in such a sorry state. It's like stumbling upon the horrible decomposing corpse of your beautiful beloved. Argenta's gaze darkens. The warp, like a shameless thief, is guilty of stealing the short span allotted to his servants. But what sense is there in spending half your life on such an enterprise, only to then lose your spirit and waste the remaining half on nothing at all? So then ink and paper too can lie and cause pain, Cassia sighs sadly. Does this mean that all I have ever read about will one day disappoint me with the ugliness of reality? But you're an architectural historian. Is what happened to Footfall not part of its history? Corday strokes his goatee in thought. Yes, Footfall's current appearance, slums fused together with the remains of majestic palaces, is a unique phenomenon. It would be curious to observe it if other places have taken after it, thereby solidifying it as a new style of architecture, or if it still remains a local oddity. My word, you certainly know how to provide an unexpected perspective on things. Be that as it may, I just wanted to say thank you for hearing me out over the over the dozen years I've spent on Footfall. Not one person has hung around long enough to listen to my story to the end. It's such a delight to have shared everything that's been weighing on my mind. I'm poor as a church mouse, but I still have something to offer you as a token of my appreciation. After studying the booklet thoroughly, I discovered something interesting, a ciphered message scattered throughout its pages, taking the form of a riddle. It described a certain place of interest on Footfall. I believe it is the work of the booklet's creators. What if these riddles lead to something, a wondrous discovery? I will gladly share what I've been able to learn with you. Riddles? Have you not tried to make this wondrous discovery for yourself? I have, of course, but I'm an old man who's blind in one eye and can barely move his legs. I never found anything, but that doesn't mean there's nothing to find. Tell me about this place the riddles lead to? The first location from the riddles isn't far from here. It's a bridge that was supposed to go through the center of this district and into the void toward the neighboring asteroid. Only a couple of its spans were built, and even those lie in ruin. Still, if the cache survived after all those years, it is there somewhere. The second location is the Lantern of the Great Cathedral. A lantern is a small tower on top of a dome. You've seen Footfall's atrium, haven't you? The whole atrium is just the nave of the former little cathedral. The Liege's entire so-called palace would have fit inside what was meant to be naught but a single room. The great cathedral, had it been built, would have been even bigger, but alas, its construction was just getting underway when Dwayne died and the work stopped. The lantern from its dome, however, had already been built and survived. It was brought inside the atrium and dubbed the Chapel of St. Drusus the Warrior. And that's all I know. I wish you luck in your search.
Victory awaits.
How do I get over there? Oh, there's a door here. What the... Computer? Just decided it didn't want to take any more inputs for a second there.
It's about time.
Alright, let's see.
This explorator is blessed with multifunctionality.
Alright, let's talk with Ryza. The woman looks to be in her 40s, and she is surveying you with interest. Her right eye appears almost black against her dusky skin, while her left eye emits a greenish light filtered through the smudged lens of a prosthesis. Her arms are tattooed all the way from the base of her shoulders to her knuckles. Looking for something specific? You're buying or maybe selling? Don't be shy, just ask. Old Ryza knows all kinds of folks. My boys will fetch you anything your heart desires. Grandpa Bachful says hello. Ryza's face breaks into a broad smile. That old rascal? I thought he'd croaked in the mines a long time ago. That old Bachful's still alive and kicking? You say? Me and him have been through a lot of interesting scrapes together, and oh, all the weird and wonderful things we've acquired. Bachful wouldn't send his regards with just anyone. You must have done him a good turn, and because of that, old Ryza is going to give you a special discount. Gained a 5 profit factor discount on items from the Fellowship of the Void faction. Heck yeah. Who are these boys you work with? You heard about how the Clipper St. Cognatius got hit recently? The cargo was cleaned out. Everything of value taken. Well, that was my boy's handiwork. We call ourselves the Fellowship of the Void, an association of enterprising, like-minded people who help the upstanding citizens of the Imperium rid themselves of the possessions that are weighing them down. You notice Abelard's face twist in disgust? It would seem he has a rather strong opinion on the individuals to whom Ryza refers to as the Fellowship of the Void. Pirates, in other words. Ryza plasters a shocked expression on her face. Please, no need to be so crude. Your esteemed self, no doubt, is aware that Hieronymus preaches that asceticism is a virtue, and that only by rejecting material wealth can we ascend in faith. Well, I wouldn't agree more. We are merely helping the servants of the Imperium to be a little more like Hieronymus, and taking a small commission for our troubles. What kind of goods are you willing to buy? Tech is always the best. If it's broke, no sweat, we'll fix it or take it apart. And if you score something so nasty... Ah, Fiji, how's it going? How terribly noble of them indeed. Man, I almost died to the, in the crematorium. I forgot how to get out of there for a moment. That would have been one hell of a way to lose my, Grim Darkness run. And if you score something so nasty that your fussy everyday traders won't even look at it, fear not. Just bring it on over, leave it to me and my boys will, to find the right buyer. Of course not. There was stuff to do in there. Let's see, continue. The handling of sacred technology by laypersons uninitiated in the Omnissiah's priesthood is a Category 8 blasphemy, incriminating evidence of profane acts perpetuated by the unit named Old Ryza has been recorded for use in future judicial proceedings. He chuckles darkly. Do you mean to threaten me, Tech Priest? Well then, I'll keep a record of this conversation too. I wonder which of us will feel the harsh hand of justice first. Will it be me, standing in chains before your brethren, or you, standing in an airlock before my boys? Let's see what you have to offer. Yeah. Ooh, this is some spicy medium armor. But that requires 4, and I don't care enough. On the other hand, we have Cabela here. You can have that cloak we just got. Here we are. I did. I might have forgotten to go back and turn in the quest. Maybe. I don't know if you were supposed to or not. But I definitely did business with him. Why do you ask? Because there was stuff still at rank 0? Because each chapter they add more stuff to each rank, so... Yeah, nah, I saved my stuff. Because I wanted to make sure that I had absolutely enough to get the heavy bolter and my sanctified staff. Is it not? Gotcha. Oh well, so be it. I don't need a force sword for anything. Let's see. What did I get? I got... Didn't I get a medium armor just now? Or am I going crazy? Pirate chain. That must have been on the next rank. Yeah, it's next rank. Or the rank 4. I don't care enough. I'm already... Like, I'm the only one that's going to be wearing medium armor. And, at least for now. And, the Fire Blessed Carapace does well enough.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Oh, by the throne, that's him, isn't it? The poor sap who got his tongue cut out by the anvers? That's the one. I think he was from the Cas Bellica. Well, his troubles are over now.
Why? Haven't I studied hard enough?
Cassia, please.
Pay attention.
I do not need a master-crafted power maul for anybody.
None shall stand in my way.
Gotcha. What are you looking at?
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
The menu system of the Adeptus Amescus looks eerily similar to the design of the internal scan of the fuel compartment. Someone has inserted new data into the void ship's cogitator left over from ancient times.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Did not intend to go to the dock. This is fine. We go to the Martyr's Endurance, and then we step out into the... Shadow quarters. Gotcha.
Victory awaits!
I know Horizon Forbidden West is a good game. Farthest Frontier, that is Crate Entertainment's game, right? The people that made Grim Dawn, it's their second game. And then, so I imagine that's good. War Tales I've heard nothing but good things of. The crumpled note only has the small fragment of text left. You are on the right path, Seeker. The other caches. We want to go over here, if I recall. The sight of this cogitator would be enough to break any tech priest's heart. The machine is leaning slightly to one side, grimy, covered in scrawled drawings, with frivolous writing scratched here and there on the casing. Several keys are missing, and the rest are coated with dust. The right of operation has been repeatedly and blasphemously violated, requesting the identification and punishment of the deplorable acolyte entrusted with caring for the spirit of this machine. Try to repair the cogitator. After a series of creaks and groans, the cogitator's dusty screen lights up. On it are several lines of text, section headings. Praise the Omnissiah, the machine spirit of this cogitator is aggrieved but willing to serve. Let's go. Welcome. In the name of the founder of Footfall Station, conqueror of stars, builder of outposts, the noblest rogue trader, Parsimus Dwayne, and on behalf of all his descendants, I welcome you. This cogitator was installed on the order of the illustrious Parsimus, so that the needy may tap into the flow of his wisdom. Cast your eyes upon the list of sections and choose what you wish to know. Abelard furrows brow furrows. Parsimus Dwayne? I've never heard of such a rogue trader house. Lord Captain Parsimus Dwayne, one of the trailblazers of the Coronis Expanse, and this station's founder. I've read about his great deeds. Lord Dwayne was once the colonel of the Astra Militarum, but by his will, later inherited a warrant. He accumulated enough power to gather a small fleet of loyal allies and venture out to conquer the Coronis Expanse. They say Footfall was meant to be his personal palace world, but the construction dragged on for decades and Lord Parsimus eventually died of old age. His enemies instantly tore Footfall to pieces and turned it into the bastion of humanity we know today. One that is full of bandits, privateers, hustlers, and rogue traders. About Footfall. Footfall Station has been envisioned by the great Parsimus Dwayne as a palace in the stars, as majestic as the spirit and mind of its creator. As of the year of this cogitator's installation, merely a small fraction of the great Parsimus's designs has yet been made a reality, but already their audacity and grandeur are staggering. Footfall is to become the gateway to the savage and barely explored Coronis expanse. A footfall for future conquests by the Imperium and the noble Parsimus Dwayne, who acts by the Emperor's will. The cogitator wheezes and blinks, clearly trying to shut down. Attempt an emergency repair. Whirs and the screen blinks or turns back on. One of the first structures on Footfall was the colossal statue of the Emperor. A whole asteroid was used for the creation of this sculpture, but even its titanic proportions cannot convey the awe that every faithful servant of the Imperium feels before the Master. Statue of the center of Footfall in the same way that is the center of Footfall in the same way that the Emperor is the center and heart of the Imperium. As construction progresses, new, smaller asteroids are being attached to the statue, their surfaces serving as the foundation for glorious palaces and temples, and their inner tunnels as homes for the commoners and rabble. Parsimus Dwayne's design. The great Parsimus Dwayne intends to conquer Coronis Expanse and build the most grandiose structure which will shine through the ages, praising the names of its creator and his descendants. Footfall, the palace in the stars. The glory of the great Parsimus's deeds will live on throughout the ages, and his grand designs. The great Parsimus Dwayne intends to conquer. The spirit of this machine is enraged and will perform its function no more.
Follow my lead!
How do I find the cache in this?
I won't tolerate weakness.
Might be in a different spot? Maybe. Yeah, that was kind of my next guess. Alright, let's see. Nope, he says nothing. He might be standing next to it. Ah, yes, there is one over there. Alright, I'll go check that one.
None shall stand in my way.
Yes, it is this one. Okay, cool. You're on the right path. Small quay, large windows.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
This one, if I remember, was somewhere in, like, this vicinity. I'll look around there. Probably in the VIP section. What is the VIP section?
Time.
It all looks the same to me. They all look like fucking ruffians and rabble. Ah, here we are. The answer is close seeker. Remember the word. Realizing. Remember the place. A tunnel in the shadow of a bridge. Bridge in the shadow of the great statue.
Follow my lead.
Hmm. Tattered spirit. Let's see. What is this? Okay. On the hunt for knowledge. Okay. Alright, this is what I was looking for earlier. And couldn't remember where it was. So I shall try looking for it once again.
None shall stand in my way.
Okay, the turnoff is visible from Am I not able to go down this? Alright, so it's not that. They say the turnoff is visible from here. But I'm not seeing a turnoff visible from here. I will think on it here while the ads are playing, because it is that time again. 3 minutes of ads every hour, turns off pre-rolls and mid-rolls for the next hour. I don't do anything in the meantime, so nobody misses out on any content, and I will catch you all in 3 minutes. Alright, the ads are done, and I think some of the quests I recall requiring me to go to the Liege's Palace to progress them. So I will go do that real quick. BG, I imagine you're going, like, almost purely dogmatic. Let's see here.
Victory awaits!
My patience. You remember the way out. Dismissed. The tall man in his austere gray clothes makes a show of looking past the woman he's addressing. Vladaim, Vladaim, Vladaim. What Ozzy put such harsh words into your mouth? You talk like you're an imperial clerk, not one of us. The woman who is standing with her back to you lets out an ostentatious sigh, then her tone changes dramatically. Where's my cargo, Vladaim? Balco has it, doesn't he? So that's how you do business with your old friends these days? So you don't remember. Then the help will remind you. Guards, escort her out. Hidari, move. Jay, get going while he's letting you. Go drown your sorrows at the Amescus, and thank your lucky stars you were able to walk out the door. You won't get the chance next time? First an insult, and now threats. I see courtesy and tact are no longer valued commodity on Footfall. Oh well, I'll find myself a better deal. She turns on her heel and heads toward the exit. As she passes you by, she gives you a quick once-over, winks at you, then immediately turns away with a flip of her jet black hair. The tall man, who has long since noticed your presence, is studying you intently. Vladaim Tokara, Liege of Footfall. Let us please proceed to my office. A spread befitting a visitor of your rank is waiting. Your entourage will be accommodated nearby. Certainly, let's go. Please follow me. While you're engaged in small talk, you get a chance to take the measure of the Liege Tokara. His expression is aloof and focused, his gestures curt and firm, and his speech calm and quiet, as though he is used to people always listening to what he has to say, or what he says. Judging by his observant gaze, he has been studying you in turn this whole time. Vladaim straightens in his chair, and says in a polite but completely indifferent tone, let us talk business. On behalf of the elite of Footfall Station, I offer you my condolences, Lord von Valencius. We mourn Lady Theodora's loss, and we hope this sentiment is taken as a sign of our good intentions and willingness to cooperate. Thank you, Liege. A terrible loss for us all. I hope that under your guidance, the dynasty can recover from this blow and attain even greater power. I am impressed by your prudence. Your decision to arrive on Footfall incognito without announcing either the death of the previous rogue trader or your own status. It was quite wise. Rumors will spread sooner or later. It's impossible to keep secret something that is known to the thousands of people serving on a void ship. But for now, you are free to reap the benefits of anonymity. I have heard much about your rare acumen. Or I should say, about the profoundly impressive result you managed to achieve by using it. I have always had a fondness for individuals who can destroy their enemy or gain a powerful ally with just a few well-phrased sentences or precisely issued orders. As you may have noticed, Footfall is currently in a state of crisis. Its people would benefit from the patronage of a figure such as yourself. Who was that woman the wardens threw out? His expression hardens, and he makes a frustrated gesture, a dead woman walking. Some, however, still call her Jay Haydari, small-time hustler with big ambitions that will lead her to a sticky end. It's strange, a small-time hustler, even particularly audacious one, wouldn't likely quarrel in public with a figure as important as the Liege of Footfall. What seems stranger still is that the Liege knows this small fry by name. She is irrelevant, since I'm the one in control of the situation on Footfall. I can speak on behalf of all of its noteworthy residents. I was attacked right at the docks. An outrageous stunt, a show of disrespect for both you and me. Sadly, such incidents on Footfall are akin to natural disasters, impossible to predict or preempt. They simply happen. Many consider Footfall to be Pirate Den, but believe me when I say that there's a difference between organized crime and gangs of thugs who have nothing to lose. You were attacked by the latter. The Anvers are a gang of punks who spit on our customs and hierarchy. Even their leader is more akin to an ideologue, a rabble-rouser who calls for people's heads, not a commander. Sooner or later, we will find him and have him strung up. That will likely cool his followers' enthusiasm. Behind the carefully built facade of composure, you sense anger. It appears this man is not used to losing control, but that is exactly what is happening. I would like to know more about the Anvers gang. Why haven't they been dealt with yet? He grits his teeth before slightly before answering. I've been using all my resources to delay the moment when the station is hit by famine. I haven't gotten around to the Anvers yet. As detrimental as they are, they're no players. When their leader dies, the rest will scatter. I'm sorry for the loss of your assistant. What? Oh, that. Yes, her death was a regrettable development. What's the situation in the region? Troubling. Xenos raids are growing more frequent, trade is suffering, and fringe worlds are going under. Rumors of atrocities being committed by enemies of humanity are causing excessive panic due to their exotic nature. The core of the Imperium forces in the Cronus Expanse has departed for the sector's borders to combat the Xenos threat. There has been no word from them for a while now. Then again, with the distance and the current issues with astropaths, that is not entirely out of the ordinary. Still, we are not yet alone. From several of the worlds hit by Xenos attacks, we've received reports of fierce warriors who descended from the sky and entered the fray. The fragmentary accounts led me to believe that the blessed Adeptus Astartes are operating in the Cronus Expanse, and I await news of their victories with great anticipation. Those are the Space Marines. Have there been any Xenos attacks on Footfall? No, there haven't. Attacking Footfall in general is not particularly reasonable thing to do. Many ships are docked here at any given time, and even the listed weapons on board them would make for a decent fighting force. And that's not even to mention the firepower that our esteemed merchants have shamefully hidden from the station's customs officials. For us here, Xenos are more of a source of income than a threat. I do not approve of fear of Xenotech. One must know and understand the enemy. I'm convinced that your connections with Footfall will allow you to broaden your knowledge and understanding of Xenos considerably. I will see to it that your curiosity is satisfied in every way. What sort of patronage do you seek from me? Protection. Not military protection, but a different kind of security. You have, of course, already encountered difficulties with warp navigation on your way here. I'm afraid the scope of these difficulties extends far beyond this area. Reports of disrupted routes and ships vanishing during short jumps are coming in from across the entire sector. Communication with the Calixis sector has been extremely unstable. Of the ships that have dived into the Maw in recent years, none have yet returned. The last ship that came through the Maw from the other side was struck by a temporal anomaly. The jump took almost 2 decades in real space-time. You've heard of periods of warp instability, including cases where the Maw would become completely inaccessible for navigation for years on end, thus temporarily cutting off the Coronis expanse from the Imperium. Even so, Ladaim's words are particularly alarming. It seems that something has had a profound effect on the Maw. And this brings us to our main issue. Footfall is a repair shipyard and a trading post. We barely produce anything ourselves and are largely dependent on incoming shipments, especially food shipments. The station naturally has some reserves, but the supply issues didn't start yesterday. Footfall would be obliged if House Von Valencius would assist us by signing a contract for food deliveries. I can't be the only one you've asked for help. Naturally, I tried contacting other rogue traders, but the terms of House Porta would have bled Footfall dry, and as for the esteemed Caligos Winterscale, instead of food shipment from him, I received a transport, the Navica, packed with refugees. I had to send them off to Foulstone. So many extra mouths to feed would have only worsened the crisis further. I suppose all of these warp fluctuations must have created more pressing concerns for Lord Winterscale, and so I put my faith in you, the third and last of Footfall's allies. So Footfall is cut off from all of its shipments, the local gangs are running wild, and the local hustlers are throwing tantrums in your residence. Are you positive you're in control of the situation? I'm going to go with 2. If you're so fond of my acumen, then do not insult it by putting on a brave face now. We both know that you have far greater need of me than I have of you. You are very perceptive. Well, now you know what you're buying. The situation is difficult, but should you decide to offer your support, you'll forget about the existence of trading hubs other than Footfall, because you won't have more loyal friends anywhere else. Are you sure you're in control of the situation? You are very perceptive, he goes on again. Oh, it's just more of the same. So what are the terms of this deal? It's simple. Delivery of food shipments from your fertile worlds, Janus, I imagine. I'm quite familiar with that jewel of the Von Valencius Protectorate, in exchange for fair payment. Iconoclast. I will help Footfall, but not out of desire for profit. I have no interest in obtaining any favors in kind or becoming your patron, only in saving people's lives. What a painful option to say. Such charity is a rare sight in the Coronis expanse. Even figures as powerful as the rogue traders do not show it often. Thank you, your lordship. What is happening in the Shadow Quarters? Why is there quarantine? Oh, that? Who knows? It could be an actual epidemic, or perhaps the 2 families that started it all just came down with food poisoning at the same time. We're on a space station. The best solution here is to isolate the area and wait for the problem to resolve itself. I wish to help the people in the quarantine zone. I will have medicine delivered to them from my ship. I can't bar you from doing so, but I can't help but note that it's not the wisest course of action. With all due respect, your lordship, there's an establishment not too far from here. They let people torture fake Xenos there. I want it to stop. It will be dealt with. I have some questions about Footfall. Rest assured, I will be candid. My lips are bound by the oath of my service. Of service. What exactly interests you on Footfall? This abode of merchants, xenotech traders, and only a few and only a few bandits? What oath were you referring to? There's a certain custom on Footfall. Any rogue trader who arrives at the station and docks is considered to be its absolute ruler, and the liege their loyal servant. That makes me your servant. Vladaim's arrogant bearing contradicts his word. However, as long as you remain incognito, it will be difficult for you to use this privilege. Keep in mind that if you wish to communicate with the less knowledgeable inhabitants of the station, for them you are an ordinary visitor to Footfall. What a fascinating custom. Useful, too. I defer to your judgment, your lordship. Something tells me you used to be a bit of a bandit yourself. You aren't wrong. My path was long and bloody, but in the end, I rose from running a gang that had staked its claim to a treatment filter station to becoming the liege of Footfall. Many died to make this possible, and those who survived figured it would be more convenient to put me at the head than continue the slaughter of the turf war. I can only hope that my elevation and the peace that came with it have done the station good. And what will happen to you if I tell everything I've just heard to the leaders of the other gangs? There's some logic to having the sharpest mind run the station. The administratum would have installed some pitiful clerk instead. I appreciate the breadth of your thinking. In this day and age, few choose to allow themselves such a thing. Who holds the reins of the xenogoods trade? The Caspelica mission? A criminal syndicate that has seized control of the entirety of the cold trade in the sector. The Xenos creations are in high demand, and so every single colony has a Caspelican agent or two opposing their commercial interests is a lot more dangerous than using their merchandise. A pale ghost of a smile appears on his lips. Still, making friends with this organization is as profitable as it is dangerous to make enemies of them. And it just so happens that I've managed to earn their trust, and on Footfall they conduct their business under my watchful eyes. I have no more questions there. Where does one go to make a few deals here on the station? Here, I am the main dealer on the station, and it would be disrespectful of me to suggest that you take your business to Footfall traders of lesser importance. Still, you might take an interest in a few people of note, for example, Reverend Hieronymus Doloroso. This servant of the Ecclesiarchy is rumored to purchase sacred relics from captains, and other traders don't seem keen on becoming his competitors. If you're looking for goods that can entertain you, find Octaviana in the establishment called the Adeptus Amescus. The chemical bliss that she offers is refined and possesses a satisfactory degree of purity. Just don't ask her to pour you her signature drink. It's meant for common Footfall rabble, not for discerning clientele. Let's get down to other business. Or to business. I'm interested in your wares. Let's see what he has. We take these. Audio. That was some weird audio jank. No, the audio jank is still there. What are the commissar boots? Ooh, peripheral visor looks kind of nice.
won't tolerate weakness.
I don't know when the game saved last, so I'm gonna save now. Greetings, your lordship. I don't mean to hurry you, but I do hope that our deal is still in place. The station continues to experience increasingly severe shortages of provisions. Upon noticing Cabela, Vladaeum quickly assumes a bored expression. Carefully, without making any sudden movements, he wipes his glasses, as if absent-mindedly puts a hand under the table. I have other matters demand my attention. Alright.
A new challenge for me?
Lord Captain, I'm pleased to report that the inspections have been completed and all identified system failures have been resolved. The void ship is ready to depart Footfall. The crew is waiting for your further instructions, and there are also a number of issues that need to be addressed.
It's about time.
Bastian Corda, a well-groomed young man, calls out to you. He is clean-shaven and dressed in clothes that are expensive but unshowy, with a bright Aquila symbol embroidered in a prominent spot. Noble sir, a minute of your time, if you please. I am Bastian, in Derama Bastil Corda, youngest cousin of House Corda, envoy of Incendia Bastil Corda, rogue trader of the Cronus Expanse, by the grace of the most holy emperor, and you must be an envoy of Theodora von Valentius. I noticed that you arrived on the esteemed lady's ship. Corda, They are some of the most influential rogue traders in the Cronus Expanse, but not on Footfall. The station is under the control of House Winterscale. Something tells me that we are about to hear a most curious offer. Quite right, I am Lady Theodora's envoy. Splendid. It is a pleasure to be speaking with an equal. Truth be told, I get a little flustered in the presence of the powers that be. What do you wish to speak to me about? Matter of the utmost delicacy? You see, you've been to the residence of the Liege. Vladaeum is almost certainly appealed to you for assistance in the arrangement of shipments to Footfall. The Von Valentius Protectorate is famed for the abundance of its main agro-world, Janus. It would be odd for him not to seize on such an opportunity when Footfall is on the verge of famine. Possibly. I imagine it would, since she never actually dies. Like, if the combat ends and you win, she gets right back up. However, the Corda dynasty pursues its own interests on Footfall. We have already announced our terms to the Liege, but he is stalling, I imagine in hopes of getting a better offer from you. The Corda dynasty believes that cooperation would be preferable for both rogue trader houses. If you refuse Vladaeum, thereby forcing him to agree to a deal with us, the Corda dynasty can promise you a share of the profits from the future contract, as well as certain other perquisites. Everybody benefits. Well, I mean, it would stop the first fatal hit. Probably not any further fatal hits, but the first one, yeah. The Emperor's most loyal servants should be more concerned with carrying his will through the stars and less with divvying up profit among themselves, especially when the well-being of one of the Imperium's worlds is at stake, even one such as Footfall. behind your smile, Master Bastion. Teal shadows swirl. Others may not see them, but your worry cannot escape my eye. What are you afraid of? Your house's wrath should these negotiations prove fruitless? Or the wrath of House von Valentius? Would you mind elaborating on the terms of your proposal? Not at all. Would you like to take these negotiations somewhere more suitable so that I may go over the details? Bastion smiles and opens his mouth to offer another piece of sugar-coated courtesy when suddenly... R.I.P. him.
Take a knee and bow before me.
I will take you down.
Alright, so we have some melee dudes over here. Are you a melee dude? Yeah. You aren't you aren't fully melee. Here. Cassia, you can go there. Argenta. I will put you here for the time being. I have no movement. What the hell? I don't like where I am. Abelard. Pascal. I'll stay here. At least here I get the heals from this. And Cabela. Your positioning is also unfortunate. You can go there for now, though. Cassia, boost. Argenta.
Job for the serfs.
And then... point of curiosity here.
I am a navigator, not a servant.
Quick.
And then we lidless stare.
If I may, as duty demands.
Out of my way.
We're at a tactical disadvantage.
Jesus!
Let's get to it.
What the hell was that? This. Frickin', twice dead Lanny here fired a single shot through cover that, almost gibbed Abelard and me. Hot damn.
As the Emperor commands, I act. Faith without deed.
Good job, Argenta. Good job.
Let's get to it. Here we go. Brace yourself, Abelard.
Pascal. Oh shit, it punched through and killed the servitor too. Well, Pascal, it looks like you don't have a, Actually, no.
Diagnostics. Ferrofectum. Normal. Inferior organics. Repair required.
Hold on.
Pain and duty go hand in hand.
Alright, Cabela. You can move here and then jump there. And you can just do Cabela things.
There is only death. Yours or mine.
10%. What?
Trust me.
It worked out.
The other side awaits. I shall not fail.
Yeah, we'll just slap again.
Is a blessing.
Cabela just took out 4 people. You know, no big deal. And then I'll have her just jump over here to be behind cover. And Abelard ended up stunned. Joy. Alright, I'm going to move over here. And I shall burninate these. Actually, before I move... increase resolve. Then we move. And burninate.
All too easy. Disposing me was your biggest mistake. Not a problem for me.
And then I can move up here. And I will use Revel and Slaughter so that I can use Run and Gun next turn. Alright, here.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
I will give myself another turn. And once again, before I move, we do resolve memes.
I shall not fear. You didn't stand a chance! Opposing me was your biggest mistake. Suits my purposes.
Alright. I will move up there. I shall... Fervor. And then press the advantage. $81 to $129. 19 to 204. Oh, this has the chance of killing. But this is the safer choice. Oh, nice. Damn, it's just letting me... Right. I have no limit on the number of attacks I can do this turn, because it was the Cassia extra turn. Oh, there's an armored Anvur there. Okay. Did not see them.
Already done.
Cassia, move on up here. Grant me yet another turn.
Nothing I cover.
Isn't this a job for the serfs? Try to die with grace, at least.
All right.
Let's get to it.
Argenta, you can move over here. And then...
Rejoice in battle!
Hope for the best. There we go. Was off to a little bit of a scary start there, but we got it. And then suddenly this crowd magically shows back up. Sector 2, watch your back. Make sure you're not being followed. Plus 10 bonus to awareness. Who is my high awareness person? $70? Alright, you can have that, so you have 80 awareness now. Enjoy. The only one that ended up injured there is Abelard, actually.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Which feels weird saying. Hey, I already bought these off you once. Are you still here? I already feed your exhibits. Well, at least this means I can get the... Aw, the dogmatic option's no longer here.
Follow my lead.
So be it. Southern Shadow, you're in deep, friend. You've made some powerful people very angry. Stop. No, wait. Ladeum told us to make sure you're not seen around here again, and we will. R.I.P. that guy.
Victory awaits.
A man who introduced himself as a servant of House Corda asked me to have a word with him, or asked to have a word with me, and then, imagine the odds, someone blew his brains out. The Anvers again, I presume? Those anarchical degenerates don't care whom they shoot, be it my servants, yours, or those in the employ of House Corda. I suspect that this agent wished to negotiate a deal that would have you refrain from hindering Incendia Corda's efforts to strangle us with the threat of hunger and demand our obedience. If so, I don't believe I will be mourning the man's passing very long. There is only one person who stood to gain from this murder. You. If you're suggesting that those outlaws were acting on my orders, then I vociferously deny anything of the sort. However, if you're merely alluding to the possibility that someone who cares about Footfall's fate could have started a rumor on the lower levels that House Corda's agents were looking to assert their authority on Footfall, well, then your suspicions are entirely logical, as was the man's inevitable death at the hands of the Anvers.
I won't tolerate weakness.
I'm getting hungry. Been streaming for 8 hours now. I want to keep going, though. I want to finish off Footfall today. Hey, Fiji, if you're still here, do you know of an elevator somewhere? I had heard something through the grapevine that the Skull Servitor can repair the elevator in Footfall before needing to go out and conquer a planet, but I don't remember where the elevator is. Yeah.
Shall stand in my way.
Oops. What? Where the... Okay. So yeah, south... Wait, that's not the right area. That's the Martyr's Endurance. Yeah. No, I just... had a brain fart, that's all. Is this the elevator here?
Ready for data input.
Weird. The Skull Servitor appears to be trying to. Yeah, I don't know. Weird. Oh well, whatever. I'm not too worried about it. Are there any other elevators in Footfall? Because it might not be that one if there's other elevators.
A new challenge for me.
But that's the one that comes to mind. Unaware of any others? Okay, yeah. I was also unaware of any others, but, you know, just had to check. Is that difficult? Or...
I'm still new to the
Ooh,
art of
hello.
exploring.
Follow my lead.
Ah, yes. I do not like this area. There are so many explosive barrels. Hold up.
It's about time.
The Emperor sets my path. This is unacceptable. Doubt is for the weak.
Right. Does that ever dissipate? Or does that just hang there now? I have not. Is this Jay's quest? Should I go get her first?
I won't tolerate weakness.
It did indeed. Yeah, is this Jay's quest? Should I go get her first? Ah, so the guards show up after. Okay. Hello? Why can I not fire at that one?
I'll do it.
Yup, may as well take advantage.
None shall stand in my way.
I love the Skull Servitor just going and hovering over loot so I know where it is. Such a good little guy.
When the faithful are idle, heresy grows. As the Emperor commands, I act. Faith without deeds is worthless. I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act. Onward!
A new challenge for me?
I'm restless. I'll do it.
Well, that'll make this fight so much easier. Good to know for the future.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Join me in prayer. As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it. Doubt is for the weak. I will not.
Follow my lead.
Is my observance.
Cool. Now I can go talk with Jay and then come back here. Sucks that she sucks in combat. But maybe I can make her a passable, like, pure officer, and then, just have, Abelard, myself, or Argenta go in. What? How is it that time already? How is it time for ads again? I swear this couldn't have been an hour. This game just makes time disappear, yo. Alright. Time for ads. 3 minutes. I don't do anything in the meantime, so nobody misses out on any content. It turns off pre-rolls and mid-rolls for the next hour, and I will see you in 3 minutes. Alright, I am back. It does not prevent head popping. Well, that is a shame. Because that's like one of the few uses I can actually think of for it. Actually, I can just send Pascal back. For Jay's quest. As much as I enjoy his dialogue, he's not really doing a ton in combat at the moment. He's kind of... His servitor kind of heal bot, and then he just debuffs, like, a handful of enemies. But not to an extent that it's, like, needed. Oh, okay. Well, then I don't care.
Rough day.
You have no idea.
I just might.
That's the second bottle you've downed.
Jai Hidari. Falco sends his regards.
And what does that unholy scion of a Grox and a Brahan want from me this time? Oh, wait, I don't really care. My sole plans for tonight are drowning my grief in a sea of Amasak.
We'll give you grief, all right. Get out!
If only she was actually that useful.
And tell Falco to come himself next time.
Hidari, I am tired of your mess. Out! Get some sleep. We'll talk about settling up later.
Okti Shireen, light of my eyes. Can't you see my soul is full of sadness? Have you no heart at all? Let go of your material concerns and let me grieve in peace. Have we met somewhere before?
The woman looks at you with glassy eyes of a drunk, and you notice the 2 empty bottles that had been keeping her company before you arrive. She looks completely out of place in this dingy, smoky bar. The fancy attire, the abundance of jewelry, the implants plated with precious metals, her appearance, her not only screams wealth, but also audacity. For only an audacious person would flaunt their wealth in a place like this.
Greetings, Shireen. With whom do I have the honor of speaking?
I am Zenavathar, trade envoy of House Von Valencius.
Well then, here's to our meeting. It doesn't take a genius to figure out that you're someone special, since you've been granted an audience with the Liege of Footfall himself. It's always a pleasure to make the acquaintance of someone powerful. And the timing couldn't be better. Jai Hidari at your service. Professional trader, shrewd commercial broker, and, may he steal my tongue if I'm lying, the most honest dealer on Footfall. Nonetheless, we all have our problems, and at times even one's many merits aren't enough to solve them. Perhaps it would be no trouble for a person with your kind of power and standing to assist someone with my kind of predicament. I have heard a great deal about how open-minded the members of the Von Valancius dynasty are, and Lady Theodora especially.
What do you need help with? What kind of cargo was stolen from you?
Goods of incredible rarity, Shireen. But it's not just that. 24 of my people lost their lives in the impenetrable emptiness of the void to acquire them. I cannot leave their families with nothing.
Ordinary smugglers do not dress so ostentatiously or behave so brazenly, and they are unlikely to spoil the mood of the Liege of Footfall with their mere appearance. This woman lost many people to obtain these rarest of goods, and then get them back. He turned to Vladaim Tokara, the patron of all cold trade in the Expanse. Her cargo can be nothing other than the Xeno artifacts, creations of the enemy of humanity, branded with heresy. Are you asking an upstanding citizen to be party to trafficking of your Xeno artifacts?
I thought we were on the same page from the start, Shireen. Please accept my sincerest apologies if that is not the case, and allow me to explain myself. If I had told you directly, you would have become, shall we say, complicit. But since those illicit words did not escape my lips, you would hypothetically be agreeing merely to help me recapture a few containers. And if the Aji suddenly decided to thwart our plans, then all the Void Dogs would be unleashed on me alone. My sincerest wish was to protect you from any unnecessary trouble, Shireen. I swear, by the Exalted One.
Let's ask some other questions.
Ask as many as you wish, Shireen. Trust is the key to a successful endeavor.
What do you need help with?
You see, Shireen, there's one cardinal rule on Footfall. Anything goes as long as it doesn't get in the way of business. I'm someone who's been able to exploit that rule to the fullest. And in recent years, I've hit it so big, I've become a speck of sand in someone's green eye. They used to throw small wrenches into my dealings here and there. Well, now they've decided to really put their backs into it. Some rats stolen my cargo and dragged it off to the seediest part of the Shadow Quarters. A crummy place even for connoisseurs of Footfall's unique atmosphere. When I asked the Liege for protection, we had a mutual misunderstanding. I believe Vladium, in a most lamentable fashion, has forgotten his duties as guardian of the downtrodden and wronged. So I'm in desperate need of a new one. And you, Shireen, fit the bill perfectly. All I need is for you to drop by one dark corner of Footfall Shadow Quarters and pound it into the thieves' heads that taking Heydari's property carries certain risks.
Jai appears to be a serious operator on Footfall. The Liege's refusal to help means the loss of a potential ally, so Jai is encroaching on his turf. If Vladium is not responsible for the disappearance of Jai's cargo, the fact that she pronounced her name Jai is jarring to me. I will try to remember to pronounce it that way. He will certainly benefit greatly from it. I suspect that Vladium wants to keep the cargo out of your hands, and I want to put him in his place.
May the Exalted One bless you and your progeny. Then here's what we'll do. We shouldn't be seen together before we make it to the safe house. I'll head there first. I'll take my own special route so I won't be spotted. Right. Here. That's where those ashmags are keeping the stolen cargo. Out the bar, over the bridge, and to the left. There in the depths you'll find a small courtyard, through which you can get to the place. I'll be waiting nearby. You can come when it suits you, but the sooner you do, the better. I'll see you then, Shireen.
Hey, we have a level up. Sweet deal. Now to look at my notes and see what I was taking. Think it was personal involvement? Yeah, that's a lot of resolve stacking. I like that. Over here. Let's see. I think I'm going Beacon of Might here. So I just gain a bunch of strength based on the temporary wounds that we currently have. Argenta. We are grabbing. Always ready, so that we start with versatility. So that is essentially +6 weapon skill and ballistic skill that we'll be starting with. Yeah. We like that. Here. I took Point of Curiosity last time. So now I can take Perilous Ways, which causes them to take damage at the end of the movement. Yes. Pascal. What am I grabbing on you? I think I'd looked through these last night and Symbiosis was the one I wanted. Yeah, I'm okay with that. And then Cabela. What was it here? Anatomy Expert? I think it was Anatomy Expert. So that her HP is based off of Medicae instead of toughness. Yes. So how much HP does she have now? 57? $68. That is a significant increase. Cool.
None shall stand in my way.
Alright, Shadow Quarters. We shall head back to where we were just a little bit ago. Hopefully those barrels didn't respawn.
A new challenge for me?
Karine, I'm here. What a joy it is to see you. Follow me, please.
Lord Captain, do you think this enterprise is wise? I wouldn't be surprised if this all turns out to be a trap.
I concur with Master Viserion. This place reminds me of the maintenance modules on Urak 5. All the colors are so grubby.
Alright.
Submit, and you'll die quickly.
Spare none of them!
Here. Who do we have going and in what order? Cassia, Jay, Cabela. Alright. Cassia, you can do your usual and head here. Cabela. I'll let you be there. There's only a single servitor in between you and the rest. Then there's a lot going on. Argenta, you can be here. Abelard. Oh, there's cover here. I don't want you there, though. You can be here. You're fully capable of running ahead and charging if needed. So that leaves Pascal. And this is fine. I can't tell if Cassia is in range. And then there's me. I don't have a good spot to be, so I'll be here for now. Think I've moved everybody? Where's the music? Alright, Cassia. Come over here for a second. Boost
Emperor,
to Bella.
give me strength.
Then come back here. And point of curiosity. Move everyone over.
Be careful not to cross my gaze. Get to it.
And then we lidless stare them.
I am a navigator, not a servant.
They're all on fire. A good chunk of them are likely stunned.
Watch my back.
Oh, she gave Cassia another turn. Okay.
I'm not
We'll boost Argenta.
ordered around.
And we will Waking Nightmare on them.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
I really should use these more, but I don't like using them. I literally only chose this so that she goes first. Jay? Ow. Okay, never mind, it was Argenta. Alright. We shall walk up here.
Trust me.
Captive audience.
As the tenants demand. Let your soul be purged.
Blood Oath.
Trust me. The other side awaits.
And then we jump here.
Death is a blessing.
And then here. Cabela, you're dumb. You're just dumb.
The other side awaits. A dance of blades and shadows.
All that's left here is just a pool of blood. I'm not appreciative of being forced out into the open like that. Who got stunned?
Time to slaughter someone.
Alright.
Faith without deeds is worthless. As the Emperor commands, each strike is a prayer.
Damn.
I'll do it.
That's fine.
Hold on.
Abelard, charge in there. But before you
It will
do...
be done.
Parried?
Victory is imminent.
Wow.
It will be done.
Twice parried. Alright, that's fine. We taunt.
I feel nothing. Fear nothing.
Oh, my ears are ringing.
Out of my way. Let's get to it.
No, Jay's assistant.
Let's get to it.
Just a minor setback.
Here we go.
Alright, I have plenty of range here. Here we go.
Not a problem for me.
That servitor is a problem
Suits my purposes.
that I want to deal with.
All too easy.
Tech Familiar activated. The order is contrary to dogmatic protocols. My vow is to serve. Request approved. The scriptural prognosis is favorable.
Alright. Move back here.
Battlefields
Buff
are
me.
always drowned in scarlet.
Give me an extra turn. Resolve stacking shenanigans. I want to make sure that that one's down.
Nothing I can't do. Not a problem for me.
High momentum.
Cool. And then the point of curiosity. As many as we can. Giving me another turn.
Your death in colors.
Alright, I'll just take out the 2 that I can. Okay, that one did not go down. But it will die from the burn.
Nothing I can't do. Hurting me was your biggest mistake.
It actually just died from the clip damage. That's fine, too.
Already done. Nothing of value has been lost. Nothing I can't do.
Cool.
Not a problem for me. Suits my purposes. Already done. You didn't stand a chance.
Hey, Mistwing, how's it going? Yeah. It's a CRPG, very similar in style to like Baldur's Gate 3 whatnot, but from a different company. Oh, those are some of the worst. I hope you feel better soon.
If I may.
Living on the edge.
Ow, Cabela, please. R.I.P. Cabela.
Show me what you've got.
Ah, yeah, it's been hot around here, too.
Let's get to it.
Jay, why did you have to go there? If I go here... Alright, fine. What if I switch back to this for the turn? That is not really any better. Huh. Well. Fine then. I shall head up here.
Guided by faith.
Yeah, I really like the Warhammer 40k universe. It's very interesting to me. Abelard. You know the drill. First, you endure.
Indeed.
And then you come up here and charge.
I will do my duty.
And then you slap.
Let's get to it.
Jax brought you along for a match at the local game store. Took hours. Think you were there from the time it opened to the time it closed. The Egypt faction. Ooh. That might have been Warhammer Fantasy instead of Warhammer 40k. 40k is futuristic sci-fi. Fantasy is more akin to like Warcraft and... Yeah, you were probably the Tomb Kings, I'm guessing? That would be Warhammer Fantasy, which I also love. Though I've never played the tabletop, just the video games. I love Total War Warhammer. Oh, right. Pen and Paper actually has... Yeah, it could have been the Necrons, if 40k. I didn't realize they were Egypt, based, but that makes sense. Yeah, no, that's awesome. BG can attest that, to, necromancy being something I quite enjoy in video games, so I can get behind Necrons. Alright, I'll move up here. And then Fervor, which will cause me to hurt myself. But I gain extra stacks of tactical advantage. Then I spend the tactical advantage to gain extra damage. And then I blow up this combat servitor.
Nothing of value has been lost.
And then I...
Not a problem for me. Suits my purposes.
Possibly blow this one up.
Already done.
Alright, it dies to the burn, even if nothing else gets it beforehand. But I'll see if I can't kill it with a point of curiosity. Nope, it is out of line of sight. Sadness. Or maybe it's just because it can't move.
I have read tomes of military tactics.
Ooh, nice. I've heard good things about them, but I haven't actually run into them in any games yet.
You didn't stand a chance.
Oh, we have a bandit hitman back here that I was completely unaware of.
Not a problem for me.
A moving target lives longer. to it. Time to slaughter someone.
Yeah, anything that's even remotely human seems to be very propaganda heavy in Warhammer.
God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart. Power resides in the will of the righteous. As the Emperor commands.
Oh? You'll have to inform me. What a mess. Thank the throne. We didn't come here by ourselves. Shut up and get moving, Core. We need to open the passage into the tunnels and let our guys in. Jay, on your signal. Sounds good. I shall check it in a little bit. If these ash mags dared to touch something from the cargo... 235, thank the Exalted One. Those ash mags didn't have time to make off with anything yet. Give me 2 minutes, Shireen. I'll send the coordinates to my loyal crew who will deliver my property somewhere safe. Oh. Alright, I'm looking. If the Overseer is within 4 cells of the Cyber Raven, whenever the Overseer triggers Perils of the Warp, it affects a random enemy inside that area instead of the... Oh, that is so good. So what is the story here? I am a rogue trader. Essentially, I am granted special permissions by the Holy Emperor himself to, well, I inherited special permissions that were granted by the Holy Emperor himself to go to the furthest frontiers of the Imperium and conquer new planets, explore, and conquer new worlds, etc. The story starts... Yeah, pretty much. I can kind of get away with whatever. Because I am a rogue trader with a special writ from the Emperor. But the story starts with me being escorted, essentially, to the Rogue Trader's flagship. It is some relative of mine, Theodora von Valencius, and I'm told that I am one of the possible heirs to the dynasty. And while on the ship, chaos ensues, quite literally. Theodora ends up dying, and I inherit the writ. So I am now the rogue trader, and I am currently trying to get my ship repaired in the station Footfall, so that I may go do rogue trader things. So, in the more immediate, I'm helping someone recover cargo that was stolen from them. That's the quickest TLDR I can give. If you want to... Yeah, I'm networking. If you want to actually see, like, the entire story or anything, my YouTube has VODs of it, and you could just toss it on, like, 2x speed or something if you wanted, or, you know, if you have any interest. If not, that's understandable, too. So, 235, thank the Exalted One. Those Ashmags didn't have time to make off with anything yet. She carefully inspects the containers emblazoned with markings from some of the unknown. Give me 2 minutes, Shireen. I'll send coordinates to my local crew. There's a link down below, and there should be a link to the side. But I shall Un momento. Nightbot. 5 channel. Nightbot, come here. Commands, new command. YouTube. Response. Alias. Create. And then command. YouTube. There we go. Should work now. And just to make sure, there we are. So we wait, let's see, and done. We're good. Now, how about we relocate to a more pleasant and private space to discuss the details of our deal, specifically payment for your efforts. And I am playing on the hardest difficulty, and Grim Darkness mode is essentially the equivalent of roguelike mode. So if I party wipe, it's game over. We're just gonna leave the priceless cargo unattended? Nothing to worry about. After all the ruckus we've caused here, I doubt anyone will go anywhere near the containers. I am, however, infinitely flattered by your concern for my, now our, property. I hope your vaunted wisdom is worth all this. Let's just go. Let's go. Opens her mouth to reply when you hear the sound of many footsteps behind you. Vladim's agent. Stop right there. In the name of the liege. The gaunt, pale-skinned man in grimy clerical robes glances at me and immediately falls to his knees obsequiously. Your Excellency, please forgive my vehemence. Most noble Zenavathar, I never expected to encounter such an eminent persons in this corner of Footfall. Most noble Excellency. She looks at me confused. I am Vladime Tokara's personal agent. I came here to remove from criminal circulation a shipment, the distribution of which is banned in the lands of Footfall, horrendous xeno-heresy that has been fraudulently delivered to a bastion of the Holy Imperium. I do not doubt for a moment, most noble Zenavathar, that your presence here is merely a misunderstanding, brought about by another's manipulations. Commerce test succeeded. It is too great a coincidence that the Liege's representative should arrive in the Shadow Quarters just after Jai has recovered her rightful spoils. It seems that the guards reported the problems with the shipment over the Vox, and not to just anyone, but to the Liege's personal agent. Vladime Tokara knew about the shipment from the start and planned to take it for himself, and get rid of Jai if he could. Behold, the grubby underhanded struggle between cold traders. And had it not been for your impromptu deal struck at the bar, or in the bar, Vladime might have succeeded. Jai Haidari, the owner of this cargo, is presently under my protection, under a rogue trader's protection. Tell your master that he should think twice before crossing her from now on. And don't forget to tell him that I'm not mad, but I will be collecting the debt sometime. Jai watches him hurry away, then looks at you. I wish I could see Vladime's face when he finds out he almost stepped on the toes of one of the most powerful people in the Expanse. Listen, I'm genuinely sorry about this confusion. Vladime and I have had our difficulties, but I never thought he'd want to clean me out and do away with me in some dark corner. At least, not so soon. If you hadn't agreed to our deal, Shireen, my gang and I would already be floating in orbit around one of Footfall's asteroids. Tell me about your business on Footfall, the truth of it, and don't leave anything out. Alright then, this isn't my first year in the Expanse. It's not my first year in business either. I've sat at the negotiating table with all sorts, and not just loot hunters or smugglers either, but with Xenos, one's intelligent enough to believe that mutual benefit was better outcome for our meeting than mutual destruction. I know what the Ecclesiarchy has to say about that, but speaking from the bottom of my heart, I know where the line is between an ordinary deal and a betrayal of humanity, and I never cross it. A principled rogue who can think on her feet and is not afraid of inhumans. I like you more and more. I see nothing wrong with the making of profit, where it does no harm to oneself or the Imperium. I'm gonna go with 2. Jai gives me a pearly smile. We think alike, Shireen? Well, does this mean I can hope for our partnership to continue? A rogue trader could use someone with your talents and connections. I would like to see you in my retinue. Exalted One bless you and your entire dynasty. I wouldn't say no to marking the occasion properly. It's not every day you embark on a brilliant new business partnership. Damins and Avatar, if it is indeed your wish to let this heretic into your retinue, then allow me to carve a vow of service into her tongue. Let the pain prevent her from uttering words of deceit, and remind her of obedience. Don't even think about it, you crazed Casca. Unless you want me to add a few extra bits of lead to the metal adornments on that silky mug of yours. Abelard gives me a look of reproach. You sully the Von Valencia's name by inviting people like her into your retinue, Lord Captain. The decision is yours, but do not be surprised if unsavory rumors start to spread on Footfall. Argenta regards Jai. It is a strange circle you are forming around yourself, rogue trader. Sister Argenta, I've heard all about your deeds on Footfall, but I never would have guessed there was an angelic beauty behind all the idle gossip. And while we're at it, Shireen, when were you going to reveal your true identity to me? I am infinitely flattered by your attention, but if I'd known I was talking to a rogue trader, not an envoy of one, I would have shown some decorum. I do enjoy her. You were hardly forthcoming yourself. Neither of us have been, completely honest. Guilty as charged? You're right on that one. So I guess I'm in no position to criticize. Either way, I'm entirely willing to join your retinue from now on. My knowledge and expertise are entirely at your disposal. Oh, and one more thing. If you're interested in a rather lucrative offer, one that can give the Von Valencia's protectorate a leg up, I'd say now isn't the time to be thinking about such things, but once we get back to your ship, perhaps you could spare me a minute, Shireen. Yeah, she just goes back to the ship. We loot the thugs. And what do we have here? Head trauma and broken ribs. Slight annoyances, but nothing that we can't deal with.
Follow my lead.
Shame we can't get more tech priests. The Ominous Eye axes are really neat. Yeah. I don't use them in melee often, but when I have, it's been kind of nice. Do we know where Rot is? The quest Rot. The Anvers base. The location of the base has been found. Its entrance somewhere in Sector 2. Yeah. It says I should be able to see it from the entrance to the Amescus, but I'm feeling particularly blind. West side, low ground. I'm facing south, so it should be this side. Ah, here it is. Okay. I was getting thrown by the fact that it said it should be visible from, here, and it's very much not. That's what was throwing me.
Victory awaits.
Yeah, that's fair. I vaguely remember this fight.
Nothing escapes my sight.
Nice. Where do I want to enter from? That is the question. I'll enter from here. Anver Kingpin. The man with a shaggy mop of dark hair is dressed and armed about as well as everyone else in here. And yet he is unmistakably the leader. He takes a step toward you. He chuckles. He spreads his arms wide in a welcoming gesture. My guests, what a joy it is to see you in my humble refuge. I see you've come here to be introduced to the truth. Which will you choose then? Words or fire and metal? You already know the answer, heretic? Argenta grasps her weapon. Abelard, would you kindly inform this bandit vermin that we've come to execute him? Abelard glowers menacingly and says in his best officer voice, by the order of the head of Von Valencia's dynasty, a fully recognized rogue traitor with all of the attendant rights and privileges, including authority on Footfall, you riffraff are hereby sentenced to death. May the Emperor have mercy on your souls, for we will show none. The man cringes. Bloated old masters of the universe who don't realize that their time is past. You think you scare me? Do you even know what our name means, outsider? Footfall calls us the Anvers. They do not stop to look, listen, learn. Auxilio non veniet. Help will not come. The maw has closed. The Cronus Expanse is on its own now. A new era has come, and we are its sovereigns.
Won't heed your cries of
Offering
mercy.
of blood.
No mercy.
Alright. Before I start this, it is time for ads once again. They run for 3 minutes. They turn off pre-rolls and mid-rolls for the next hour. I don't do anything in the meantime, so nobody misses out on any content. And I will catch you all in 3 minutes. Alright. Ads are done, and we can do this fight. Which scares the absolute shit out of me. Cassia can go there. Abelard. You can go there. Argenta. You can go there. Does this give any cover? I can't tell. I don't think it does. And then Cabela. Fuck it, Cabela. You're either going to live forever or die immediately anyway. That's your role in this. And then I am here. I'll I'll move here for the moment. I can move forward and do my stuff if I need to. This battle is going to be really rough.
Choking me.
Alright, let's see. I am actually the next up for a turn after Argenta. I could just boost Argenta, though. I'll just do that. Go, Cassia. Oh yeah, that was worth. Ow.
Let's make it quick.
Alright, Argenta. You know what to do. Well, she got a good chunk of them at least. In fact, that one might just die to the burn.
I've sucked.
Out of my way. Let's get to it.
Help me, Lord Captain.
Ow. Alright, this'll work. I just need to do a little finagling here.
Already done. Nothing I can't do.
We're buffing ourselves.
All too easy. Suits my purposes.
Let's get to it. Here we go.
I feel nothing. Fear nothing.
Alright, Cabela. Come do your thing. Blood Oath.
Honor ordained. As it let your soul be purged.
Nice. Out of curiosity, what difficulty are you playing on again? Just curious. I want some sort of benchmark. Daring? Okay. I think the stuff in mine has, like, plus 80% HP or something, if I recall. Here, I will captive audience.
As honor ordains. Trust me.
Alright, Pascal. I need your dude to turn into a healing dude.
The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all.
At your beck and call.
We endure.
It will be
We
done.
brace for impact.
Victory
We
is
charge. And he apparently dodges.
at your beck
We
and
wall
call.
of rockcrete.
I will do
We slap. And then we taunt.
Indeed.
You don't frighten me.
Are you not in range of the... You are. Huh. Does this make it so you can't heal? Weird.
Me?
Cabela, you get the buff.
Lord Captain. I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Did we get any stuns? Yeah. We like stuns.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Get to it. Let's get to it.
Please no. Ooh, the miss.
There is only death.
Plus 101, huh?
Mine. I'm not injured. I'm enraged.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Time to slaughter someone.
My ears are ringing.
Aim for the heart next time.
Let's make it quick.
Alright. Here, I can move forward. And then I want to use this for resolve stacking stuff. And then I will apparently move further still. And nuke these three.
My tactics are flawless. Power before my might, filth. Nothing
And
I
then
can't do.
I take this one out.
Suits my purposes.
High momentum.
And I think that just leaves those two. No, there's two down here too. That's fine though.
Out of my way.
Bella, just keep parrying. Alright. How do I do this? I think I start with this. And then go for this. That was more than the usual 4. Oh! Interesting. Was what I was wielding before not a sword? Whatever the case. I can now jump over here. Pascal, let's move you a little forward.
Explorers know one route. Forward. Request approved. Running binaric override.
And then we joint analysis. Abelard. You get to endure.
Victory is imminent. I will do my duty.
Holy shit, that was a lot of damage. Why did he do so much damage all of a sudden? Yeah, he did like 46 damage. What the shit?
Deliver us!
Yeah, maybe.
I'll show you why navigators are feared.
That's okay. He goes down now.
Not a problem for me. Already done.
Yeah, he goes down now. I'll just play it safe.
Nothing I can't do. All too easy.
Yeah, I didn't bother because I just have the Medicaid drone just sitting here healing us for about as much as the poison's doing. So I was just like, I don't care enough.
Nothing I can't do. Opposing me was your biggest mistake.
An offering of blood.
Easy game.
Flesh is weak, yet iron knows no pain.
I don't care about flamers. Here we get Medikit, Pirate Eye Patch, plus 20 to coercion, minus 5 penalty to awareness. Huh. Anver Chainsword. Alright, Cabela. Yeah, I think I'd throw the Anver Chainsword on instead of, the Spinner's Blade. I really like the Spinner's Blade for the plus 2% to the wielder's critical hit chance for each attack they make in a round. But, honestly, it's not really needed. Sadly, this is both my coercion and awareness person. So while I could put the eye patch on, I don't think I want to.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Ooh. At the start of the wearer's turn, they gain plus 20% dodge until the end of the round. That's not terrible. Is there somebody that I have without boots? You don't have boots. Do you have boots? Yes, you do. The Emperor demands glorious melee combat? There was plenty of that.
A new challenge for me? None shall stand in my way.
That was a fun fight. The old medical drone really pulled its weight in there, though. At least I feel. Alright, let's
It's
see.
about time. Follow my lead! I tire of idleness. Let's move.
I was muted. Shit. How long have I been muted for? When did I mute? What? OBS, what the fuck? Whatever the case. I don't mind having him around. My biggest issue is he is just another psyker, and he and I, since I'm a psyker as well, he and I share the Veil Degradation resource, so it's hard for me to fit him in my party. But I do enjoy his character, I do enjoy his build. But yeah, I don't know when you can get rid of him. This is about as far as I've gotten before. I've been slightly further. I've done like 3 planets past this or something. And only one of them was like a major planet. The cause is the activity of humanity's enemies, including the Cult of the Final Dawn, in my absence. The situation in the Cronus Expanse has changed. I have received an exhaustive report from my agents. This heresy has taken root in the region where the Von Valencius worlds lie. You probably already know about the fate of the industrial world of Kiava Gamma. If not, then I will share what details I know. But not here. Better to talk on board, where we will not be overheard. I, Rogue Trader Zenavathar von Valencius, welcome the agent of the Golden Throne aboard my ship and take on the responsibility of assisting him in the fight against evil that threatens humanity. And is there befitting a righteous servant of the Emperor? If duty has brought you aboard the Rogue Trader ship once more, then such is the Emperor's will. Welcome back, Interrogator. Thank you, sister. It's an honor to be traveling with one of the blessed Adepta Sororitas. Master Van Kalix, since you are with us once more, I do hope you will find time to finish our conversation about the literary works of Von Haller the Blessed. I will make every effort, Lady Orselio. I must also deliver this to you. The Lord Inquisitor specified that the contents of this envelope are for your eyes only. I would ask that you read it as soon as you have the time. I'll read that tomorrow if I remember. That is everything for the time being. You are headed to the ship. Or do you still have business on Footfall? Whatever the case, I can either wait for you on board or accompany you as part of your retinue. Alright, I'm saving as soon as it lets me. There we are. And I'm going to call it a day here. 9.5 hours of stream is lengthy, and I need to make sure that it uploads to YouTube properly. YouTube has been giving me a hassle with failing to upload the videos properly. So, thank you all for watching. Very much appreciate it. If you enjoyed what you saw, please hit that follow button. I do have a YouTube. I will throw the link in chat here real quick. If you want to watch VODs and see things that have already occurred. And I am going to post or raid my friend D-Man. So yeah, I hope to see you all tomorrow. Have a wonderful day.